who are in this space who together with you are creating spaces of grace for people to experience your grace, to experience your peace, to experience your calm. So God, we thank you for all of those hands that were in this pot, making this a reality for your people. Watch over us as we leave from this place, but never from your presence. Bless the food that we will receive. Bless the hands that will dig in the dirt. God, we give you glory and honor because of who you are, and again, because of what you've created us to be. In Jesus' name, amen. Any other instructions? Who all is going to the dirt pile? Cool, we'll figure it out when we get out there. You are dismissed. We'll see you Sunday at 11 a.m. Peace.
The Hypatia Collaborative is an organization that has facilitated us meeting different vendors to help us really address things that we really didn't know that we needed to address. They're, I would say, like a community for nonprofits that connects nonprofits together with other nonprofits to help us achieve our goals. I think it's extremely important to have initiatives like this. It's been just game-changing for us. If you're considering getting into the shared services offices, you should absolutely do it. If there's a way that this resource could remain something that nonprofits could continually tap into, that would be amazing. Because I feel like it's been a lifeline for us, and I'm sure it would do the same for countless other nonprofits who could use their help.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, then some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month. And that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. It gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's going to happen.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come into the library and they say, oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old. So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's when it's really cool. It feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working for the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
About a year ago, I was in some financial straits and really struggling with some personal hardships in my life, with just relationships and lack of support. I signed up for these emails and all these newsletters like a year ago, and I got an email about the Youth Opportunity Grant. It kind of was a design to support foster youth. You get a $500 stipend for 12 months, no questions asked, no strings attached. It just gave me that confidence in myself that even if I was going to have like a lack of income, I always had that to rely on, no matter what was going on. And I was able to save it for a new vehicle. It showed me that with the right follow through and the right discipline, that it can change your outcome. It's very important for a lot of the foster youth and underprivileged to have that chance to just be believed in. The goals that you have aren't just going to be dreams anymore. You can actually see the possibilities because you have your whole team there with you and you have the funding to support it.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regata del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regata de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that. Seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved. But I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, we are thrilled to have you join us today for this very special occasion. So thank you for coming. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our city leadership, community partners, department personnel, and all of our residents who are here today to share in this milestone. We also want to extend our sincere gratitude to our city officials, contractors, planners, and community supporters who helped make this project possible. Your dedication ensures that we can continue to serve our community safely and effectively. Today's groundbreaking represents more than the start of a new building. It symbolizes our continued commitment to public safety, innovation, and investment in the community that we serve. It is now my honor to welcome Mayor Ken Welch, who will share a few words on behalf of the City of St. Petersburg.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day in the Sunshine City. Thank you, Chief, for the tents. Even though it's March, it still gets warm. To Chief Watts, to District Chief Lewis, and the brave men and women of the St. Pete Fire Rescue Department, thank you all for being here, and thank you for the wonderful work you do every day. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some of our city leadership who are here with us today. Our Chair, Lisette Hanowitz. They want to see you, so stand or wave or something. You may have never heard this, but he's from the West Side. Councilmember Copley Gertis is here. Councilmember Richie Floyd. Councilmember Deborah Figg Sanders. And Councilmember Gina Driscoll. My Chief of Staff is here. Where's Doyle? Way in the back, as usual. Doyle, thank you for being here. We also have some of our state leadership. Senator Nick DeSigli, thank you for your leadership. Senator DeSigli, and thank you for being here today. Chief Anthony Holloway from St. Pete PD and his team are here as well. Chief. And this project is all about partnership. It would not have happened without the partnership of Pinellas County Schools and Superintendent Hendricks and the Pinellas County School Board. They sold us this property. They did not have to do that, and I want to thank them for their leadership. We have Chair Caprice Edmonds is with us today, and School Board Member Don Peters as well. Thank you all. This is an investment that reflects our commitment to public safety, to our workforce, and the future of our city. This project is about ensuring our firefighters have the modern, resilient, and efficient facility they need to do their job safely and effectively. Every call that y'all respond to, every life you protect depends on having the right tools, the right equipment, and the right environment. And our administration and our city council are committed to making sure you have the tools you need to do the great work you do. And this new station will deliver just that, with updated living quarters, improved operational space, and advanced safety features. We're taking meaningful steps to protect the health and well-being of those who protect us. I do want to thank Sam in the back, Rick Pauley, representing our firefighters. Thank you for your partnership as well. We're also building with the future in mind. This facility is on track to be LEED certified, aligning with our city's commitment to sustainability and resilience. That means we are not only investing in public safety today, but also in a stronger, more sustainable and resilient St. Petersburg for generations to come. To the men and women of St. Pete Fire Rescue, thank you. Thank you for your courage, your dedication, your service to our city, your DNA of public safety and public service. This station is a reflection of the value we place on your work and the respect we have for the sacrifices you make every day. Today marks the beginning of an exciting new chapter for Fire Station 2 and for the community it serves. And we look forward to coming back for the ribbon cutting. Remember, we are all St. Pete. Thank you for your service. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Welch. Now please join me in welcoming Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz.
Well, good morning, everyone. What an exciting day in the West Side today. Chief Watts, District Chief Lewis, Mayor, and my fellow council members, and the many men and women of the St. Petersburg Fire Rescue who serve our community with such dedication. It's such a joy to stand here with you today. The crews working at Fire Station 2 have served our city diligently for several years despite working out of a building that wasn't designed as a fire station. They've responded to countless emergencies, trained new firefighters, built trust with neighbors, and stepped forward in moments of danger so that others may live in safety and peace. And while the old station has allowed our brave men and women of St. Pete Fire Rescue to serve the West Side well, it's no big secret that it's not exactly a modern public safety facility. In city government, there are always trade-offs. We balance priorities, we stretch resources, and we make sure that safety remains at the top of the list. And I will assure you that every council member here had this fire station at the top of their list for priorities since they started serving on city council. But good leadership also means recognizing when it's time to move forward. We owe it to our firefighters and to our residents to provide facilities that meet today's standards and tomorrow's needs. This new station does exactly that. It's an investment in public safety and resilience and the long-term strength of this community. Fire Station 2 will give our firefighters the space, the tools, and environment they need to work safely and effectively. It will support faster response times, improve working conditions, and continue to ensure our residents are protected for decades to come. I want to thank our leadership in the fire department, especially our chief, Keith Watts, for your guidance and partnership throughout this process. I also want to thank our engineering and capital improvements department for their hard work with Biltmore Construction and Wanamaker Jensen. The planning, design, and pre-construction work have been thorough and thoughtful. Most importantly, I want to thank the firefighters of St. Petersburg Fire Rescue for your courage, your commitment, and your unwavering willingness to put others first. Because of you, our city is safer, stronger, and better. And you deserve facilities that match the excellence of your service. You deserve a station that supports your health, your safety, and your ability to respond quickly when residents need you most. Thank you all for being here to celebrate this moment with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Chair Hanowitz. It is now my pleasure to introduce our Fire Rescue Chief, Keith Watts, to the podium to share remarks about this exciting project and what the new station will mean for our community. Chief.
Good morning. On behalf of St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, thank you for joining us today as we break ground on this new fire station number 2. I want to recognize our city leadership, community partners, and the residents whose support made this milestone possible. Today represents more than just the start of construction. It reflects our unwavering commitment to protecting this growing city. Fire Station number 2 is a critical hub for our emergency response, and this new facility is an investment in both operational readiness and the health and safety of our first responders. Designed for efficiency and longevity, this station will provide our teams with the modern tools they need to serve this neighborhood for decades to come. Projects of this scale require strong partnerships, and we are grateful to the architects, builders, and city teams who work behind the scenes to help make this a success. Most importantly, we thank you, the community, for your continued trust in our mission. Today we break ground on a foundation where our crews will train, prepare, and respond 24 hours a day to help those in need. We look forward to watching this project take shape and welcoming you all back to the official opening of these doors in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watts. Now it's time for the ceremonial groundbreaking. Mayor Welch, City Council members, and Chief Watts will now take the first shovels of dirt, symbolizing the official start of construction.
All right, we're gonna do it on 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. All right.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalks, water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Today we're cutting the ribbon on a building, but what we're really celebrating is a major step forward in the city of St. Petersburg. Our first purpose-built, nationally accredited environmental compliance laboratory.
This has been years in the making. Our original water laboratory was in a repurposed metal building. It wasn't designed for the purpose of being a laboratory. You've got to think of humidity and air temperature. You've got to think of air control. You don't want to contaminate the samples. And so we have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes. It operates through a storm, and that's really important so we can get our systems back up and running.
It's so neat to see what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about drinking water, beach water, storm water, essentially any water that comes through the city, they're testing, because not only are they worried about what's coming in contact with us, they're worried about the environment too. I mean, it's just a massive project. It's a massive undertaking, and the work they're doing is just so important.
This lab provides analytical results to the Hillsborough Health Department, Pinellas County Health Department. We provide a regional benefit. We ensure that we're providing the results that are of the highest quality standard.
We take our water for granted. We take the fact that the water is safe to use for granted. So much work that goes into making sure that it is safe to use. And so that's why this is important to each and every one of us, because that water that we are using every morning has been tested to verify that it is safe for your use.
Our team is mission focused, and every day they come here as residents knowing what this water means to the community. This is the lifeblood of the community, and they are focused on ensuring that it is of the highest quality that is possible.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art. and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inlufonated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home, or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere, where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub, where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone, where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy, where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry chem extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow at St. Pete FL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE. On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom fights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Pass-a-Grille to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way, too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner Tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
My name is Michael Kottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark, and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land, and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well, and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water, and they actually felt pretty good, and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
Good morning, everyone. We'll call to order the City Council Economic and Workforce Development Committee meeting for April 16th, 2026. Could we start with a roll call, please?
Driscoll.
Here.
Harding. Here. Vic Sanders. Givens.
Here.
Curtis.
Here.
Thank you. Committee members, we have an agenda before us for today's meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We also have the approval of the March 26, 2026 meeting minutes, which were contained in the packet. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And now on to our new business for today. We have a discussion on Main Street districts, including how the city currently supports Main Street districts and potential funding options for increased annual financial support. This was brought forward by Councilmember Givens, and so with that, I'd love to have an introduction from you if you'd like.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. Driscoll. I appreciate everybody today, and I appreciate the administration's hard work on this effort. I know this was something that I brought forward initially because I wanted us to kind of look at how we can support our Main Street districts additionally. I know there's a lot of support that the city currently provides as far as technically, but I also wanted to find out how we can find potential additional funding for these Main Street districts. Currently, a lot of the funds that we allocate to them go toward the salaries of those executive directors for those Main Streets, but there's a lot of events and productions and activities and festivals that go on within these Main Streets that really support those businesses. So I wanted to find out, you know, with inflation and the cost of living increasing, was there a way for us to find additional dollars in some sort of economic or workforce development pot? So that's where we are today, and I appreciate you all. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And presenting with us from the city staff side, we have Economic Development Manager Andrea Falvey and Economic Development Officer Gary Jones. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for both the opportunity to be here this morning to talk about a program just very near and dear to our hearts at the staff level, our Main Street program. And specific thanks to Councilmember Givens for bringing the item forward and giving us an opportunity to discuss this program with you all. So I'll turn it over to Gary Jones. He is our long-term Main Street manager here at the city, and he'll walk you through both the national Main Street model and then how the program looks here at the local level. Gary?
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. And thank you, council members, for having us here today to talk about the Main Street program. I want to take this opportunity to give you an overview. You know, the more that we can educate is great. So I want to talk about the national Main Street model, and then I'll get into the St. Petersburg Main Street program. So with that, the national Main Street model was kind of a history. This program started in 1977 through the National Historic Preservation for Trust. This is a historic preservation program. Back if the interstate system started decimating small towns, Walmart started coming in on the fringes of towns, stores, really in the 60s and 70s for both of those. And so the traditional commercial districts of small towns started to become empty, and born out of that, the trust, historic trust, they wanted to preserve buildings and preserve the history of those small towns. So it was born in the 70s, established in the 80s, expanded to all states in the mid-1980s. It also became more relevant when shopping malls became prevalent in the 70s and the 80s, started going on the outskirts of not so much small towns, but bigger towns. And so it really started to impact the traditional commercial areas, and this program was born out of preserving the history of those small towns and even medium towns. So in 1990, you can see how many, after about 10 years, 31 states, 600 communities. There have been 1,000 plus communities across the country in virtually every state that has had a Main Street. And it is a national program that is often run by the states, but there's resources from both the national and the state organizations. In 1990, they also expanded to urban areas. Really, the shopping mall was prevalent in really hurting towns and even larger cities, and started getting the rise of suburbia. And so it was seen that this program could help all traditional commercial districts, whether they were a small town or not. And to let you know, in Florida, there are about 50 programs that are under the Main Street program, and it comes and goes. There's anywhere from 40 to 60. Some you may know, Plant City. There are four here in St. Petersburg. There's also Newberry, Leesburg. Melbourne has 2 programs. Venice has a program. Port Richey comes and goes. But there's Crestview and the Panhandle and numerous programs that are located throughout the state. And the Florida Main Street program approved them in larger cities such as St. Pete, knowing that the traditional commercial districts were also able to be assisted by this program in the mid-90s. Grand Central and Deuces Live were the first 2 main streets to come on board in St. Petersburg. We first applied in 2000, were denied, and then in 2001. It was a very competitive program. I believe it still is. However, back when it was first started for larger cities, it was a very competitive program. And so in 2001, both Deuces Live, at the time it was 22nd Street Business District, and Grand Central were given Florida Main Street designation. Then in 2014, the EDGE was designated and the Skyway Marina District program began. Skyway Marina District is not a traditional commercial district, does not have historic preservation as a top concern for that district, as a main concern. So they were ineligible to apply for official designation. However, we apply the same contract to the Skyway Marina District as we do to all of the other districts. They abide by the same principles, the same policies. They do everything that the other main streets do. So we consider them in the St. Petersburg Main Street program. So what is Main Street? It's community driven. This is grassroots. There is one paid employee typically. There can be an assistant, usually it's one. It is truly volunteer driven. It's business managed. Now, the way that we look at it, historic preservation is important, but economic development is a driving factor of this program for us, and I think it's seen nationwide as really, 1A and 1B now. Economic development and historic preservation go hand in hand. It is a partnership with the city, always has been. We've supported all the main streets since their inception financially and with technical resources. It's a professional nonprofit organization. All 4 of our main streets are 501c3s, and that's typically the way it is. So they're professionally run. They have rules and regulations that they abide by outside of the city agreement. We can't overlook it is a district improvement program. This is usually what gets people most excited, is improvements of physical improvements and design and so forth. And like I said, it's an economic development initiative because we are trying to preserve jobs, trying to preserve small businesses and local businesses. It's a national business improvement program. This is a model that's been now, about 50 years into it. So it's tried and proven. Over 1,000 communities nationwide have taken part, and numerous, close to 100 in Florida, I believe, have taken part. And again, it's a historic preservation advocate. Don't want to lose sight of the mission as to why it was created. So what are the benefits? Why would a district want to become a Main Street? Well, the technical resources that are provided. Main Street, for a lot of these small communities, they do not have the local government power that we have and the resources. So the national program and the state program, they help to provide these technical resources. It's an organization with a bigger voice. As we know, if you have an association, you're going to get more accomplished, you're going to get additional funds, and you're going to accomplish more. The bottom line is also to increase such customer sales traffic to businesses. Again, businesses are supported, and we're trying to keep these businesses afloat, and also to increase the buying potential of the customer. The professional management, there is professional management when you have an executive director and a board that they focus on the principles of Main Street. Again, appearance is always something that gets people most excited when they see streetscape, planter boxes, all of the new stuff. That's usually what people gravitate to the most. And it's something that obviously is important here, is to have a better district appearance and a more vibrant business district. And that's accomplished in a lot of different ways that we'll get into even more. So, the quality of life in St. Petersburg, I think, has been improved. How Grand Central and the Deuces Live began, where neighborhoods really stepped in and said, look, the neighborhoods, historic Kenwood, Palmetto Park, and the neighborhoods along the 22nd Street Business District, they were seeing a decline in the areas around them, and those areas were starting to come back, and historic Kenwood and Palmetto Park were rejuvenating. And back in the late 90s, the residents said, hey, look, our neighborhoods are looking up, the business districts aren't. And so we started doing planning, and this was something that we came across the Main Street program and started utilizing it in these areas. We want to keep the businesses in the community, and we also want to increase local revenue. This is about local businesses, local jobs. Mom and pop businesses. The Main Streets usually eschew any chain that comes in that has more than a few locations, and that's generally the way it is. So the Main Street philosophy is to officially to encourage economic development in the context of historic preservation. So the kind of the repurposing of buildings, getting personal service, local ownership, sense of community, that's all in it. Chains do not provide that usually. The management's not here, the dollars don't stay in the community and so forth. So really, we're trying to preserve that context of the economic driver for the community. Not only the businesses, but also the money that's generated by those businesses putting it back into the community. The district volunteers, I cannot emphasize this enough, without the volunteers, that Main Street would not exist. The executive director cannot do everything and is not supposed to do everything or even most of everything. Volunteers are the backbone of the program, and the work of the volunteers determines the success. Very grassroots. So kind of the funding strategy of Main Streets are sponsorships, memberships, the different levels of memberships. The Main Streets over the years have come with different levels, and it started, I was looking back at some of what charges were for memberships, and $10, $20, $30, and now they're into the $100,000, $500,000 range, some of them. So memberships generate revenue. Special event revenue is actually what drives a lot of the Main Streets funding throughout Florida. They hold big events. Again, remember that the small towns are not like the city. They host hundreds of events a year. They host several events a year. And this drives revenue for the Main Streets. I know Leesburg used to have an event that would generate, and this was many years ago for my statistics, like $250,000 a year they would make off of it. They'd have one big event and they would focus on that. And some of them really focus a lot on special events. Grants, but grants are really lesser. This isn't really a big revenue generator for Main Streets and something that they can use. In-kind support, often when there are events, when there's anything, they're looking for volunteers, they're looking for donation of goods, donation of services. This is something that Main Streets use today in the city of St. Petersburg. And then city and county government funds. Usually the city and the counties continue to support Main Streets throughout their life. I will tell you that in the beginning we said we had a 3-year commitment to the Main Streets. And it was something that we were hopeful that the main streets could become independent from a financial standpoint. And it's for all main streets, I think that is what the goal is. However, it rarely happens. It's just really difficult for main streets not to have some sort of government funding. So the organizational structure isn't really any different than, you'll see in other structures. This is the official organization structure. The board guides policy just like city council does for the city of St. Pete. There are committees, the community, and the manager reports to the board of the main street, and there are staff and volunteers that the main street manager will oversee. This is really no different. This isn't anything. It's similar. But the practical standpoint is that the manager is the daily person answering all the phone calls, going to all the meetings, doing a lot of work, answering to all the different groups of people, whether they be committees, the board, residents, investors, outside groups. So this is really the functional structure. And the manager responsibility they implement, it's really no different than, a city administrator, city manager, or local government, really for the most part. They implement the policy for the board, directing daily activities, office staff. They assist in fundraising, committees, and administering contracts. I want to point out that it's really, they're helping to make things happen. The volunteers on the board are really the entity that are supposed to be the impetus for also getting things done. It's just not a one-person show for Main Street. That's really important for you to understand. So the Main Street approach, there are 4 pillars, 4 committees. Organization committee, this is often the board, and they build public support for the district. They take on the menial tasks and so forth. The Economic Vitality Committee, this used to be called Economic Restructuring Committee many years ago, and the National Main Street changed it to Economic Vitality. The economic restructuring is very, very important because old buildings they're no longer able to be used for what they were intended to be used for in communities. And so this is something that in order to save, in the context of historic preservation and save the fabric of the community, they are restructuring these buildings, and they have now changed it to Vitality, but it's still basically the same thing. Councilmember Harding, you're in a banker, I think it was Banks plumbing supply business that was 25 years ago, and so you're a part of that, and that's great. That's the way it works on Main Street. People like you come in and do things like that. Then there's the design committee that obviously for the physical appearance of the committee, and promotions committee for the special events and marketing, the committee. To get into it a little more, the mundane stuff of the organization committee, budget and bylaws, and they do awards, and these are all things they can do. Some of our main streets do these things, some don't, and it's different. It comes and goes as to what they exactly do, but by and large, this is what the standard is for each committee. And the memberships and the sponsorships and the fundraising, and really the boards are important in that, and that's their function. The Economic Vitality Committee, those buildings are vacant. It's important. In the very beginning for the districts, we held, St. Pete wasn't what it was today 25 years ago, as you know, and we held economic, it was economic restructuring meetings with real estate community, taking them on tours of buildings that were available, telling them about Main Street program and what was going on. And it really was an educational for these areas were kind of, dead areas for lack of a better word, back many, many years ago. It may be hard for you to imagine that, but that's the way it was. Business workshops and assistance is something else that the Economic Vitality Committee does. The Promotion Committee, they're primarily a special event committee. They do marketing materials, social media, the website is part of this committee. They do presentations to the community. This is something that's not as needed as much as it was back before. Remember, our program started at the kind of the birth of the internet when it wasn't much. And so some of these things aren't done so much anymore. The internet has really provided an educational opportunity for Main Streets. The design committee is in charge of the public realm. And when I say in charge, it's really coordinating, working with the city, doing things. Most of our districts, they've done planting projects of one sort or another, be it planting of flowers in flower boxes or landscaping in public rights of way with our permission and our support and our coordination. Cleanups, this is something that is a tenement, sort of like the broken window theory that, you know, if you see a lot of trash in a district. So we require quarterly cleanups. This is something that has been required in our agreement for a very long time, since the inception. Facade improvement assistance is something else that is done. So with that, let me get into St. Petersburg's Main Street program a little more detail. These are the locations of the St. Petersburg Main Streets, Deuces Live, Grand Central, both Main Streets since 2001. The Edge and Skyway Marina District, the Edge was a Main Street designated in 2014, and Skyway Marina District started the same year with a Main Street program in 2014. And the city has supported them throughout the years, financially, technical assistance, and in all other ways. Our budget for Main Street is $220,000 a year, $55,000 for each Main Street. This support has been ongoing since 2014, when we raised our support to Main Streets in 2014, and we have continued with this same support since that time for all 4 districts. We do have an agreement with each district. It is the same agreement for each district that we require. They are required to have the 4 Main Street committees that we talked about. They are required to meet monthly with these committees. And these are all minimum requirements. Most do, they all do more than this, I'll say that. 1 promotion in the district, something to get people to the district, business assistance activities, board training is required. The specific committee requirements for the design committee, like I said, we require quarterly cleanups. They do that in support with the sanitation, whatever support we can provide them, quarterly cleanups. We look to them to coordinate whenever we have any kind of a project in the district to get the word out. If we have plans that are going on in the district, we look for their support, not only in that they support the effort that they are getting out the word for the projects. They coordinate with the city on public improvement projects, whether that's a plan, that's a landscaping project, that's an infrastructure project. They are helping us get the word out to the businesses and kind of softening the impact of, you know, if it's something that could be negative, such as shutting down the road for a water project or something like that. The organization committee, they hold regular public meetings, they build partnerships with the community, increase membership and sponsorship, and maintain bylaws. This really is a mundane committee that's usually the board, but it's very important, very important. And the final 2 committees, the promotions committee, we require that they stage 1 promotional event. Most are staging a lot more promotional events than that, many, many events. And you probably see that coming across every year. And they promote the district via marketing events, and social media is just big now, and their websites and so forth. Economic Vitality Committee, there's administering and business assistance activities. On a daily basis, they're touching a lot of businesses, whatever that may be, taking their phone call for their dumpsters, who do they call when their dumpster's overflowing. It can be mundane, it can be something larger, but they're helping businesses, and that's their boots on the ground, something that we can't do from the MSC or City Hall. And they maintain incentive and financial assistance in both. The other thing, we require that every year we require all 4 committees for all 4 Main Streets to submit annual work plans We want thought put into what are you going to do next year? What's your goals? What's your ambition? What do you intend to do? Something so that there's an annual work plan, an annual plan going forward. And the way we break down the $55,000, how we reimburse each year. The salary is $32,000, and this hasn't changed since 2014, as I said earlier. The promotion is a flat fee reimbursement for holding a promotion. This isn't, we don't require receipts and that sort of a thing. It's, did you hold a promotion in the district? One receives $2,000. If you have 2 or more, that's great, and they do. We don't give them any more money than $2,000. The business assistance activities is $1,000 quarterly. This is to acknowledge what they do for the community on a daily basis, the business community, and assisting businesses. Board training, $2,000. I think this is important. The boards revolve, they change each year, and the board training for whatever they decide. This is a flat fee reimbursement. We don't require that they actually spend $2,000 on board training, that they have it is what we require. And then there's a city match that we've had for quite some time now. For every dollar that the Main Streets raise, we provide a dollar match, up to $15,000 annually. And this match, it can be for for donations, can be for volunteer hours, can be for anything that is sponsorships, memberships. So anybody, any money generation is considered a donation to the district, and we match that up to $15,000. And the districts are doing much greater than that, but that's our limit at $15,000, and that totals $55,000 annually. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. Committee members, Councilmember Givens, since this is your item, would you like to go first?
I would like that. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you so much, Gary. Thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. I appreciate y'all very much. I know initially when I brought this forward, the ask was how can we find money within the current budget to maintain support for our Main Street districts, but also see if we could increase the support that we are currently providing financially. So I do want to start my questions off there is where did we fall there? I don't know if that was something that the administration's already discussed.
Thank you, Council Member, and good morning, committee members. It's great to be here this morning talking about the importance of Main Streets and, you know, obviously the difference that they make in our community. And I just want to take a minute because, you know, Gary is, you know, kind of coming towards the end of his city journey, and I just want to take a minute to acknowledge him and the amazing work that he's done on Main Streets. And he's been here a long time and done a lot of good work. So, Gary, thank you for everything. Related to the budget, so we did take a look at it. You know, certainly, as we've discussed before, City Council controls appropriations, and you can certainly do that. The mayor has a prerogative on whether or not he wants to enter into contracts and actually spend the money that's appropriated. In this case, if you did decide to do some type of an additional funding, we would go forward with the appropriation, so the mayor doesn't have any issue with that. In FY26, if you wanted to do something, probably the best place that we would recommend at least would be the contingency. There's about $940,000 now in contingency, so if you wanted to take a look at that, you could certainly appropriate from that funding source. In FY27, it starts to get a little more difficult. I think you know that we're concerned about the FY27 budget, and we don't know yet what the state legislature is going to do. So we'll take a look at that. I mean, you know, our biggest concern would be the ongoing funding amounts if we did an increase. One thing we could certainly look at is we are anticipating doing a smaller contribution to economic stability in FY27. This is obviously economic development related. We could reduce that contribution to economic stability and look at it there in FY27. So there's a few things we can do. Obviously, the budget is really the main purview of City Council, so we're happy to have the discussion. Just wanted to give you a few concepts for your consideration.
I appreciate that, Administrator Gertis, and that was where I was going is, could we start having conversations about other programs, perhaps, that perhaps it's time to revisit it, right? And see if we may need to reinvest those dollars or reallocate them other places. So I certainly hope that we can continue to engage there. Another question that I had was regarding the executive directors. We talked a little bit about the current agreement. Obviously, they're getting $55,000 in total funding. Again, another reason why I think it's important that we increase dollars is the city hasn't increased their support since 2014. So it's been 12 years. It looks like there's $32,000 going towards salary. I don't see how people live on that. Especially in some of these districts. I see some of our executive directors here today, and I want to acknowledge each of you for taking time out of your schedules for being here. It costs to run businesses, and it also costs to support these businesses. So I want to acknowledge the volunteers that sacrifice their time and their days. I want to acknowledge the greenhouse. I see Ms. Tracy Smith here. It again is a labor of love, and I know the city can't do it alone. So that's why it's important for us to support these Main Street districts because of the supports that they provide in turn for the backbone of our local economy. And that's our small businesses, those mom and pop businesses. So I want to, again, do all we can to find ways that we can support them, but I also want to define the parameters because there are some districts, if I can be honest, that do more than others as far as special events and activities and maybe even supports that they offer to their small businesses. So can we talk a little bit about the agreement? I know every organization, I think you alluded to it a little bit, Gary, but every organization has the same expectations, responsibilities. But again, where does the city lie when it comes to oversight? Because if they're providing, I think you called it an annual work report, but where do we step in? Because the board is who they report to. We give them this money. At what point do we step in and say, hey, maybe your performance isn't up to par, maybe there's some areas that we can improve upon? What input or oversight do we have as a city?
Well, we have oversight if we see something that isn't per the agreement. Mm-hmm. However, if the main streets are following the agreement, then we don't have a performance issue. That's basically the bottom line. So if they're adhering to the agreement that is approved by the city and signed by the districts, then we are fine with the way the program runs. That's the bottom line.
And I know we didn't really go in depth with the agreement, but again, I want to hint to, I have received emails about certain business districts. And I want to be transparent and say I've also received emails that are good and emails that are bad. But I have no control. The city has no control over, who serves as the executive director over these Main Street districts. So if performance isn't where it should be, or if revenue hasn't increased from activities that are being hosted within the district, at what point do we say, well, hey, maybe we might need to pull in the reins a little bit and better define what's expected?
Each organization is an independent organization that operate under their own accord. Mm-hmm. The only ties to the city is that we have an agreement with this independent organization to run a Main Street program.
And we don't, if I could add, the Main Street program, much like our agreements with a lot of partner organizations all over the city. So we only have control over what's a party to our agreement. So we're making sure that they are complying. Gary is, and again, I just want to echo what Rob said earlier. Gary is leaving us this summer after 35 years. And I just can't say enough about his commitment to our community and how important he is to all of us and to me personally. So he'll be much missed. So these partner agreements, we only have the ability to do compliance on what's subject in the agreement. So much like our funding with other partners, there might be things that they're doing that are good or bad, but we can't control. We can only control what's subject to the agreement that we have. And again, to Gary's point, he is doing compliance. I see, I review those invoices and I review the submittals every month when we do, the invoicing. So we make sure that they are in compliance and they're only getting, paid for, what they're performing under the contract that we have with them.
Gotcha, and I appreciate that. And so, long story short, we can only control what we can control, and that could be a good thing and a bad thing. Which is, again, why I wanted to talk about this just to my colleagues in the sunshine, is because I have concerns over the level of oversight that we may have as a city. Again, I'm advocating for additional resources for these Main Street districts, but I also want to make sure that if there are districts that are doing more, they can get more. I mean, it costs to run the Collard Green Fest. It costs to put on Halloween on Central. It costs to put on Winter Pride. And so, again, just being fair across the board, I totally think it's fair to give an organization more if they're doing more. That's just me. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the status of, or define what exactly a Main Street district is. Because you brought up the Skyway Marina District. So can you explain that a little bit? It is not technically a Main Street district by whose definition, but we still recognize them as one. Can you explain that, clarify it?
Yeah, under the auspices of applying for Main Street designation, you need to be a traditional commercial district, and there needs to be historic structures. And the Skyway Marina District does not meet either of those two criteria. However, the program we felt is applicable to their area, and it was requested at the time by the council member to start a business district program per se, and we applied the Main Street program to that area and believe that it works very well, even though it doesn't meet the criteria to have an official designation from either the state or the national organization.
Thank you for that, Gary. And so just hypothetically speaking, if there was another block or two of business communities that wanted to come together to seek said funds, what would stop them? Because if they aren't recognized as a Main Street district by traditional definition or traditional terms, what would prevent them from getting those dollars? Because if we make the exception for one, how does that work for others?
So thank you so much for that question, Councilmember, because it does bring up kind of an important nuance to the conversation, which is that there are other districts, business districts in the city that, that have approached us and are interested in obviously receiving funding support. And again, to Administrator Gertis's point, we do economic development with a very robust partner network, and they're all so important to us. And we wish we had 10 times the resources that we can deploy out in our community, because that's how important the work that they all do, really is. And so that's such an important point that I'd really love to get council's feedback on is, we want to continue to support these 4 Main Streets, but then we also have other districts that have approached us and they're interested, in organizing themselves around this model, but we don't have a path to provide the financial support to them at this point because of our budgetary constraints. So, that is, again, just another feedback we'd like is we not only have budget constraints with what we can't have the ability to raise them, but then we also have other districts that have approached us that are very interested in organizing themselves in this way and potentially having a path to that funding support.
Yeah, and that's been one of our concerns about increasing the amount for the existing 4 Main Streets is, that will make it more difficult to bring on new Main Streets. And it's really just a policy discussion about, as Gary mentioned, our hope originally was that they would become self-sufficient, right? We wouldn't be using this funding. We could direct this funding to getting other Main Streets going. So, there's a whole philosophical discussion about that. And I also just want to revisit something you said earlier, because it was the first time that I heard about it. And just so the committee members understand, moving to some type of different funding structure that's based on incentives and different Main Streets receive different things based on incentives, that's a new concept to me. That would be a much larger discussion. We didn't think that was the kind of discussion that we're having today. We're open to any discussion, but that's a very different discussion. We're comfortable with the deliverables, that we have. We have deliverables in the agreement and we monitor it, so we're comfortable with doing that way. I have not spoken to the mayor about a concept that could pay one Main Street more than a different Main Street, so I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you. And my last two questions, and I'll kind of lump it into one, is how many additional business districts have approached the city approximately? And have we had conversations about some additional state or federal dollars that could support in this effort?
So I know of 2 specifically that have approached us, and we, so there's obviously the funding support that we have, but then there's the technical assistance that, that Gary can provide and our team can provide. So we're willing to do that no matter what. I mean, that's on the table, separate from the funding support. So if these business districts do want to organize themselves around the model, Gary, is able to provide that technical assistance, and then, our team will be able to do that, when he departs this summer. So that's on the table no matter what. And then in terms of state and funding, so the state part, and Gary, maybe you're better to answer this, but I don't believe that the state or the national program have any funding tied to it, but
That's correct. There are no dollars that come with being designated a Florida Main Street, either from the state or the national organization, only technical assistance in the formation years.
Great point to end on. Again, if you can't get dollars at the state or federal level, falls on us at the local level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other committee members with questions?
Go ahead.
Vice Chair Harding.
Actually, Councilmember Gibbons, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
I want to put perspective around you're advocating for increased funding, and everyone could use more funding. Everyone that comes before us, but for what particular reason? What is it that you're trying to accomplish in bringing this?
Well, I think I should best answer that by just reading a paragraph from one of the Main Street executive directors who's actually here with us today. And again, I wish they had the opportunity to speak, Councilmember Hardin, but I'll try to speak for her because I think she can answer that best. As City Council continues its discussions around Main Street funding, we are asking for your support in maintaining and increasing annual district funding to $75,000, an additional $20,000. This investment helps ensure that we can continue delivering the business support, district advocacy, beautification, activations, and community-based economic development work that the city cannot do alone at the neighborhood level. I think it's important to note, Councilmember Harding, when you have events like Halloween on Central, Winter Pride, Collard Green Festival, any of those events, it comes at a cost. And it comes at a cost to these Main Street districts because they have to pay for police security. They have to pay to do a lot of other things that involve promoting and marketing these events, and it comes from this budget. They also are in charge with their own fundraising. They're charged with providing that day-to-day direct technical support that the city cannot provide. They're in the trenches doing it. And so again, when you talk about living on $32,000, I have to say, hey, where can you find an apartment that cheap in St. Pete? So it comes down to hearing from each of the Main Street districts within District 7, 4 of them I've heard from, who have said, we need more. We cannot do it alone. And if we don't get those dollars, we don't think these events can continue, and we don't think we can continue. So if we lose this institutional knowledge that we have from these Main Street districts, we lose some valuable knowledge that the city can't provide on their own.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted a little bit better perspective from your...
If I could, Councilman Harding,
yes, sir.
Because this is just the second, I just want to be clear. The city of St. Petersburg is not paying anybody $32,000. That these are not employees of the city. We are making a contribution. It's always been our hope that there would be other income raised by the Main Street, that we are one participating entity. So I just want to be clear for anybody that's listening on TV, the city of St. Petersburg is not paying a Main Street manager a $32,000 salary as a city employee. So,
thank you for that.
And I want to be clear, I never suggested that the city was. I just wanted to point out in the city's report that the salary out of the total allocated of $55,000, 32 of that is for salary.
Well, I think you clearly indicated twice, suggested that we are, so that's why I made the comment.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you everybody that's here this morning. A couple of clarifying questions, and most of them, frankly, are out of curiosity, just trying to wrap my head around these programs, because although attending some of them and knowing some of the executive directors and things like that, we don't have one. And so in District 1. And so this is all, I want to make sure that I'm getting my arms around this whole thing. Okay, so you mentioned some of the other cities. I think you said there are 50 programs, approximately 50 programs in between. It fluctuates, right? 40 to 60. I heard a lot of the cities that you listed off. Do any of the other larger municipalities in the city or in the state participate in the Main Street programs? Most of the ones that I heard you talk about are smaller than us.
Yes, the city of Orlando has a robust Main Street program with five or more Main Streets. They have a department essentially of Main Streets.
And how does their program compare to ours from a technical support standpoint, a funding standpoint? How does that look?
It's been a while since I've looked at their program, so
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
What I know of from many years past, when we were talking to Orlando and they going to presentations and so forth, they have a lot of staff support, a lot more funding for Main Streets.
Okay.
Yeah, they have, and I think it actually might be more than 5 right now, but they do have, like to Gary's point, they have an entire division that supports them, and they have quite a bit more funding. Now, I'm not sure if they're using any grant money to do it, or if it's just coming from their operating budget. And it really came, that Orlando program, and again, I don't want to speak for our colleagues in Orlando, but it really kind of germinated from the idea that obviously that's such a unique city and county in a lot of ways, where kind of the pull of the activity with the parks and everything, they were trying to kind of get their downtown up and going, get the neighborhood activity. And so that's why, that city has.
Yeah, we have Walmart, they have Disney.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it does tend to kind of pull.
It's a little different.
Kind of, there is a big draw there. They can thank the mouse for that. But so that was really, from what I understand from the last time I spoke to the city of Orlando, which has been many years, that's really what the impetus for it was.
Okay, thank you. I know. Thank you for the hard cost explanation of how we're allocating the $55,000 to each. Do we, and I know Councilmember Givens mentioned this, but I know some of the events that are held are co-sponsored events. And I know we are charging for some services during those events. Is there any in-kind contribution towards the events that are being held? Are we offsetting that cost at all? I see James coming up. Hey, James.
Hey, good morning. James Corbett, City Development Administrator. We do offset a lot of the cost. I'll use Halloween on Central because I just know that number off the top of my head. For example, we provide $30,000 in in-kind costs for police for Halloween on Central. So in addition to technical support and the financial support, for events, we do provide financial support or in-kind support to those events as well.
James, would it be a big lift for you to provide any in-kind support that we give to these Main Street districts over a fiscal year?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Yeah. I'd really appreciate that number.
And it's true as well for Collard Green Festival and other ones. I just don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
That's what I figured. I
We
figured it would be
absolutely-
across all the districts.
Yeah, we absolutely support the events with in-kind.
Thank you for that clarity. And then I think I just have maybe one more question, and then I'll just make a couple of comments. So thank you for all the requirements and kind of what we're expecting from these Main Streets. The one thing I didn't see is, do they show their financials every year?
No, they do not.
Okay. Is there a reason why we don't do that? Is that just because it's not part of the process that's really given to us by the national?
Yeah, some give them to us voluntarily. They put them in their submission reports, and but their financial stability isn't really something that we pay attention to or concerned about. necessarily. They are an independent organization, and we are essentially contracting with them to provide a Main Street program.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, listen, I in general, I think most of us would agree that, I think all of us would agree that our Main Street programs are very important, and we want them to continue to blossom. I am struggling to get to a point to increase funding without some of the answers that I've talked about over the last few minutes. I want to know some of the in-kind contributions so we know the total contribution of what the city is making towards these organizations. Also, I think it's very important to look at the financials. I mean, we do that with almost all organizations that we make contributions to in this type of way. And so I think that's very important. I'd want to know, what type of fundraising they're doing, how are they trying to drive revenue. And I don't have a problem with participating more, but I'd like to see how to get there. Also, I'll be the bad guy in the room, and I'm glad Administrator Gertis brought it up. Like, I'm very weary about, at this point, we're either taking money from contingency, going into a year where we're in a fiscal constraint, we'll call it, and I think that's not even giving it enough credit, or we're defunding a program, which Councilmember Givens, you brought it up. I think we have to have those conversations if we're going to do that, right? Like, I just don't want to do that on the fly. So if you have ideas about that, I'm more than willing and open to having those conversations. But I don't think we can just be flippant about it and go, well, we're going to take, $80,000 from X and put it into Y without having zero conversation about it. And so I'd be interested in where you'd like to do that from. I have a hard time doing it from contingency, especially in a year like this year. And so it would have to come from somewhere else. And technically, right now, it would come from inside of the economic development budget. Otherwise, you'd have to do a transfer from a different appropriation into the economic development to make up the 80 grand. So if you have ideas from that, I'm all ears, but I want to make sure we're having a conversation about it. So James, if you could provide the income, and then if the Main Streets are willing to share their financials, I would want to see that before we make a decision about how we're going to fund them, if we're going to increase funding. Because again, I do believe that the idea would be to decrease rather than increase. And I want to make sure if we're doing that, then financials are strong, and it's to help get to a different place, not just to offset costs because, an organization can't make up for it. So that's where I'm at. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And it sounds already like we can count on having a follow-up meeting on this once that information is made available to us. We don't have a current agenda item confirmed for next month's EWD meeting. And so I can assure you that we can continue this conversation and maybe land somewhere on a follow-up meeting. Does that sound
Absolutely
good? Sounds good to the committee?
Chair, if I may, we absolutely will have that information for the next meeting if that's when we come back. One thing that, and Councilmember Gertis made a great point, and maybe we should look at looking at financials more, why it's not something that we require. Part of what we offer is technical assistance, and I think that it's clear, at least for all of them, but certainly 3 of the districts, where they were and where they are now is dramatically been changed, and there's an opportunity to tap into some of the new development that is happening in some of these districts to privately fundraise, and we could certainly offer technical assistance to help with them being able to raise private dollars based on the growth that these districts have experienced. So we'll be prepared to provide that information at the next meeting.
Terrific. Thank you. Councilmember Gertis, did you have any other questions at this time?
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, before I speak, I'll invite Council Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you, Chair. I actually first want to commend Councilmember Gertis because I think all those conversations about financials and the logistics of determining funding are very important, and so I'm grateful you brought that up. I just wanted to come advocate specifically for how we might move forward in this. I think that one thing that jumped out on me from the presentation was the comments about special event revenue and how that drives a lot of these districts across the state. And I think if we were to look through financials of these organizations, we'd see that that's driving a lot of them as well. And so my point I think I want to make is that if we were to assist these organizations more, I think it needs to be assisting them in generating more revenue. And so special events are the best way to do that. And I also think that some of these special events, they've already been brought up, have started to become really important to our city and our city's economic development, our city's identity even. And so ensuring that the support for those events continues and expands, and we can discuss a lot of different ways to do that, but in kind, I think, is the most direct. I know the cost of services from the city has gone up lately, and I think that has to be part of the analysis as well when we come back and have a conversation, is what has cost looked like for services from the city over time, to see how the organizations are getting hit with a bill from us. But yeah, I just really want to uplift that as we go forward with these organizations, helping them help themselves will be the best thing possible. And I think those special events and the special event revenue is the way to do that. And I think that speaks to one of your topics, Councilmember Givens, which was like how the different events or how active the different districts are. If the support we're giving is focused on the activities that are going on, I think it could incentivize districts to be more active. I think it can let the more active districts continue to be active. So without being penalizing or anything on districts that are meeting their requirements, we can still continue to provide support, because ultimately that special event revenue is, if we can get that to stabilize and they can continue without our funding hopefully in the future, which I think is what the goal was at the beginning. So I just wanted to say, I came here this morning to say, if we're going to consider any funding, that's the direction I think it should go in. And the one thing I would add too is, it's been mentioned already, but economic development department, you have funds for economic development. We've had the conversation before, analyzing if they're being best spent. I know I brought up corporate relocation. We don't spend that money every year. Funneling it to something like this, I think, is a legitimate thing we could do going forward, since we have budgetary constraints. And I don't want to not just that one, but there's other programs in there that I know we've had presentations about how the money doesn't get spent every year for those other ones. And so maybe an overall look at how that goes, to see if we can move some of it more towards our local businesses and whatnot. I see Councilmember Gertis has the budget right here, ready to go. I love the preparation. But I definitely think that there's space for that conversation, and I see heads nodding, and I think we could come to terms together to do something like that. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to stay on that for a second, I'll ask Councilmember Gertis if he found the right page in the budget. Thank you for having the budget book. How much do we allocate for corporate relocation every year?
That's what I'm trying to find.
I'm not sure. Do you know?
So I know that it was reduced, again, to Administrator Gertis's point, so we did have to submit a reduction package, and we were able to, again, maintain this level for the main streets, but One level where we did cut down is our corporate relocation expansion request, so that's down to about $10,000. And then, if we don't draw down the money for FY26, we may consider that as part of a rollover. I do not know off the top of my head what our FY26 line is on that. I see.
It sounds like it's not much.
It's not. I mean, it's not a huge dollar amount.
I think it was reduced from 50 to 10, something like that.
All right, we'll get back to that. I love that everyone's kind of trying to think about how we can make something happen. That's a really good thing. I call that progress. Are all of the Main Street districts currently compliant with the city requirements?
Yes, they are.
And have they been consistently for the last 2-3 years at least? Okay. I have a certain level of discomfort with having one Main Street district that is technically not a Main Street district, that is receiving the same funding and attention as the ones who are, by definition, Main Street districts. As was said, there are other districts that have asked about being part of this who are being told no. And there's a question of fairness. I know this was established for a reason to help, but if I could go back in time and be on that city council, I would have asked why this would be called a Main Street district if it is not a Main Street district. And you started off with talking about how this was something established on a national level. So what do we tell the MLK Street Business District when they say, look at all the things that we've already been doing? Why can't we work towards this? Are there business districts, and this could be a Tracy question, but Gary, you probably know. Are there business districts that could qualify for a real official Main Street designation if they were to go through that process?
I would say yes.
Yes. So to Councilmember Gibbons's prior question, so we know of two that have come to us and inquired if they organize themselves under this model, in the interest of having the funding support provided to them. So we can provide the technical assistance if they'd like to organize themselves that way, but we don't, with our budget constraints, don't have a path to provide the funding support at this time.
Right, and the two of them would qualify as official Main Street districts. And just so you know, I mean, this is serious stuff. I remember a few years ago, the Edge District won awards for what they've done. I don't think they're the only ones. I just remember that one because it's squarely in my district, and they have to work really hard to meet the requirements and to get to a level where they're actually not recognized. So we have two that would qualify under those federal rules.
Well, so we have two business districts that have approached us about the program.
Yes, you said that.
So they're not currently organized under this model.
No, they're not. But if they wanted to, would they be eligible for that federal level designation as a Main Street? Or have you not gotten into it far enough to know if they could be recognized like 3 out of our 4 districts are?
So we have not taken the conversation far enough to know if how they're currently structured would automatically qualify for that for them. But that would be a part of what we would assist them with at the beginning, is making sure they understand what the requirements are and helping them get organized under the model.
I think if we have this set up right now where not everyone qualifies as an official Main Street, but is getting Main Street recognition and attention from the city, in all fairness, how do we not find a way to include anyone who wants to be that? To me, the Main Street designation is very serious. The city at some point made an exception for one. To tell others, no, there's no more room for you? I don't know where I can get comfortable with that, with telling someone no when we've told someone else yes. And they're working hard. I feel strongly about this because I feel very strongly about our business districts and all that they do. I do think they need more resources. And maybe you all can have a conversation, think about, do we want to have this as an official Main Street designation and keep it to that? Or do we want to dilute the definition on the city level and include more? There's some different ways that can happen. Well, I'm glad we'll have time to do another meeting on that. But I think that needs to be discussed, and we need to find a way to be more inclusive with business districts. And maybe it's business districts and some of them have a Main Street designation. So there are two levels here. Just something to think about. If we were to increase, let's say we add 20,000 to each of the four, do we have to specify what those funds have to be used for?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding the city match, does every district max out that match every single year?
Yes.
Maybe that's where we put it then. Then there's something being done in return. You know what I mean? So it's not just a, here's some more money. It's, we will give you the opportunity to earn more through that match. So that could be one way to do it. Regarding the events, have you looked at the different events that we co-sponsor with it in partnership with our Main Street districts to see if there are any that have participation by the city that could change due to a new law being passed that could, I mean, have we looked at the impact on any of those specific events that we're currently participating in?
We're currently in the process of meeting with each administration related to the state statute on DEI is what I think you're referencing. The governor hasn't signed it, but we expect that he probably will sign it. So we're meeting with the city attorney's office right now, going through every program, every event, and taking a look at that. So it's under consideration now, but we don't have any definitive answer for it
Okay.
today.
These events, I'll use Halloween on Central as a really great example of one that has just exploded in popularity since it's since the first year. I mean, it's wonderful to see what that has become. One way that we could be very helpful is to ease the burden a bit on the business districts. They're at a point where it's overwhelming at some point, and they're not getting more resources. So maybe there are some ways that we can help. That's just some more food for thought. I do think it's important for us to see financials. If they're meeting all the requirements that we have, that's great. But we want to see that the money that is received is being used properly. I think that's just a stewardship thing that we really need to do. Does each district present you with an annual report? Because I mean, there's a spreadsheet, and then here's everything that we've been doing. Because we do want to know that our partners in these districts are really doing their part to do the fundraising, to get out there and promote, to be offering assistance to the businesses. and all of, like, a little detail about that, not just, yes, we've been doing it. But I don't know how far your compliance goes, but I think when we're talking about more money, I don't want to just take someone's word for it. I'd really like to see, and have an opportunity for everyone to appreciate all that is being done in these districts. You know what I mean? So do they give you an annual report? How does the compliance get determined?
Compliance is determined by if they meet the criteria for reimbursement each month or each quarter, whatever they.
Right, so how do they show that?
Schedule they are on, and as I went over, the requirements are exactly as I talked about, that they hold a promotional event, that they hold board training, that they have committee meetings, monthly committee meetings, quarterly cleanups, and also for City Match, that they are getting in-kind donations, they are getting sponsorships, memberships, event revenue, that sort of a thing, in order to get the City Match. So those are the compliance criteria.
And since most of them do submit monthly, again, Gary is, right there with them, and if they're having a problem, if, we see that they're not progressing through the contract, Gary's able to work with them to make sure that they are able to take advantage of the full support. So it's very much an active, every month. And Gary's just on the ground with them too. That's another thing. And also they, of course, the Greenhouse's District Navigator program, functions in our community, and they're out walking the main streets too, and providing one-on-one support to those businesses. So we're really out there making sure that, if they have any problems, we work with them, and that they are able to avail themselves of the full, support match.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I'll conclude my comments by emphasizing the importance of these business districts, and how hard they work, and how passionate they are about their part of our city, what they put forward to the public, to customers, and to the businesses that they that are part of their membership. When you walk around the Edge District, you can tell that something's a little different. And it is, I can tell you, over the years, it's because of the Edge District effort. There is something different there compared to what's east of that. Downtown does not have a Main Street district. They do a great job, but there is a difference when you get over to the Edge District. And that is because of the work of Nicole and and Roger before her and Barbara before her. They have all been just passionately involved in making sure that their businesses are successful. We need that more than ever, especially with today's uncertain economic times. We keep talking about how we don't know what's ahead. How do you think they feel? That's the food going on the table. So I'm excited that we are having conversations about how to better support those who are making our city what it is right now. And I just can't say enough about the directors who manage them and the board that works. They go to so many meetings. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. The committees, sometimes you've got a board member that's on 3 out of the 4 committees. They're spending a lot of their time doing that, and they're not getting paid anything for it. It's because they care. And I think by having this conversation and by looking for ways to increase our support, we're showing that we care too. Anyone have any final thoughts? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, because it was brought up, the corporate relocation and expansion grant in 2026 is $100,000. It was 0 the year before. I think it was 100, I think because of our anticipated Foot Locker expense. We won't go down that rabbit hole. I will say that just because it was brought up, I wouldn't want to zero that out because of expansion. Like I was with 2 companies yesterday that plan on
hiring 70 people each over the next 12 months, and they'll be eligible for that. I wouldn't want to zero that out. And so I just wanted to, I think there's probably some nuance that could be made there, but I just wanted to, while we're all here, I wanted to talk about it. And just the other thing, and I agree with 99% of what Chair Driscoll just said, but I just want to point one thing out because I think it's I think it's pertinent. So inside of economic development, there's $2.24 million available for grants and aid. Currently, the 4 main streets make up 10% of the entire funding. And so, again, I think we all believe, and I'm not trying to be the bad guy, I think we all believe how important main streets are. But when we're talking about 2.24 million and the 4 main streets are getting 10% of that entire funding, we have to be very, very intentional if we are going to go down this path. That's why I've brought up financials, I've brought up in kind, because I think we have to look at all those things before we make those decisions. And so again, I just wanted to level set, because when I look at that number, that's eye-opening to me. And so, and I think then if we talk about increasing the 2.24, then it's coming from some other administration, some other bucket. And again, I think we need to have a robust discussion if we're going to do those things. And so again, I want to make it very clear. Everything you said about the edge, all of the districts, I love walking all of them. I boat to the Skyway Marina district, and so I'm all in for those conversations, but I think we need to make sure that we're doing this very intentionally and that we have all the information, because I think seeing the financials, and then back to Councilmember or Vice Chair Floyd's point, I think the only way I would get there is if it were about revenue generation, helping them revenue generate, so eventually we can get to the point of zero. That would be my hope. And so again, just wanted to quickly level set. Thank you very much, Chair.
Great point. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Givens?
30 seconds. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
And I want to respond to something Councilmember Gertis brought up. I want to be clear. I do not expect us to tap into contingency funds. I would love to have the conversation about where within economic development we can find these dollars, because the dollars are there. The money is there, but I just want to be clear that I'm all about reallocating, because there may be some programs that need some reevaluating. And if so, perhaps that's where we can pull those dollars from, but not from contingency. And again, I love Councilmember, I made you a council member, Mr. Corbett. I love Administrator Corbett's idea of relying, profit, I see it, relying on the future development that's taking place within a lot of these districts, because I think there's some private partnership opportunities out there for us. And if we can just provide that technical support with connecting these Main Street districts to those opportunities, I think that would be great. And then lastly, to your point, Chair Driscoll, I would love to see us provide that technical assistance to those other organizations and business districts that may be interested in getting to the Main Street status. So thank you all so much. This is where I wanted to go, just kind of hone in on the conversation about the current agreement, right? How can we better define the parameters and expectations for these Main Street districts? Because again, if we are to increase funding, there has to be some stiffer requirements and regulations around that. So thank you all so much, colleagues, and thank you, administration. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. This is a great conversation. This will be continued in the next meeting of this committee, which will take place on May 21st, 2026. There could be room for another item, so I do recommend that all council members take a look at that referral list. Let Brian know if there is something else that you would like to have added to the agenda for that next meeting. It's the last one before our summer break, so let's make it count. Thanks again to everyone who joined us for this conversation, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee for April 16th, 2026. Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Gabbard.
Here.
Floyd. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
All right, thank you all for being here this morning. We have a very packed agenda before us, so can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we have our February 19th, 2026 minutes. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, very good. We'll get right into it. Looking forward to the discussion today. We are joined by Maven Rogers, our Sustainability and Resilience Director. She has put together a presentation today, but she also has her team here with her to support her. We're also joined by Claude Tankersley this morning. And so both of these were my new business items. One of them is a new one that we have not discussed yet, been on the referral list since almost probably a couple of months past the hurricanes. March 3rd was, oh wait, yes, I think maybe I have the wrong date on this, but March 3rd, 2025 would have been, it says 22 on the agenda, so I apologize for that. But we put this forward to make sure that we had a conversation about our tree canopy and making sure that we understand what the implications of the hurricanes were. We were working very hard on particular goals at that time. We want to see where we are with the goals today. And so Maven has put together with her team a lot of comprehensive information. And so looking forward to that conversation. And then I'll just go ahead and say that our second item is specific to an ongoing conversation we've been having about community food forest. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Maven and Claude and their team to get us started.
Thank you. Maven Rogers, Sustainability and Resilience Director. So today we're going to be talking about the post-hurricane impacts to the St. Petersburg tree canopy from Hurricane Helene and Milton. And then secondly, we're going to follow up on that implementation of the community urban agriculture program. So talking about the impacts to the tree canopy as a whole, I'm going to first go over the methodology and then some land cover classes so we can best understand how we got the data and how we're coming to the conclusions that we did. And then go into the post-hurricane impacts and some environmental impacts that we're probably going to kind of see from that. So first, we used iTree Canopy. That is a tool to help measure and also evaluate the health of our tree canopy. Typically, studies like this use LiDAR data. That's the best practice. The drone was flown, and that data is owned by the USDA, and we have not seen that data come out yet. So we had to fall back on data collection called a DOT methodology. So basically what the DOT methodology does is what we did is we looked at all the districts. And per district, iTree Canopy shot 500 random locations. And out of those random locations, we were asked to mark whether it was a tree, vegetation, bare earth, water, or impervious surface. And then it would basically repopulate that same address post-storm, and then we would mark whether it was tree, vegetation, bare earth, water, or impervious. This methodology approach is recognized by professional arborists as a methodology that can assess tree canopy, but as you can see, there is obviously flaws in it. It is not perfect. So this is what our urban forester, Chelsea Freeman, which, by the way, I do have to say a big thank you to her. I had my new urban forester start about a couple weeks ago, and I said, we have to get this done in a couple weeks. So she hit the ground running, so thank you so much to her. But this is what it looks like. And so basically, here's a random point. This one was a tree. As you can see to the right of the screen, that's where you would pick what it was, tree, vegetation, and so on. And then that's how those points were marked. We decided we really wanted to analyze best analyze pre and post storm is to kind of shorten that time frame of where we're looking at. So what we decided is April 24 would have been, pre-storm, and then January 2025 we're estimating that most of this debris would have been picked up as far as trees go. So we thought that might be a good timeline for that. A couple of considerations is that this model does not identify invasive versus non-invasive, so Brazilian pepper trees, those would be included and things like that. This is slightly different than the 2017 canopy analysis. This is purely by the methodology and the system of approach, and that's why it's a little bit different. The points cover multiple land cover classes, so what we mean by that is that it actually gets a little tricky. Let's say a randomized point was on a point where there was a sidewalk and grass. Well, do you pick whether that was vegetation or impervious surface? So what we try to do is we try to get it as close as possible to a methodology approach where, okay, sometimes I'm picking grass and sometimes I'm picking the sidewalk, but I'm trying to do it 50-50. So that was some of the limitations of this approach. And also there's shadow, synthetic turf, you can't tell the difference. So there's some of that that's incorporated into that data set. So what we found is our total city land cover classes are on the screen here. This is after the 2024 storms. So we have 39% impervious area, 2% bare earth. This is just soil, nothing around. Trees cover about 29%, vegetation 26%, and water 4%, based on the DOT methodology approach I just spoke about. So when we take that and we broke it down by districts and we look at the post-hurricane impacts to tree canopy, you can see here we have before the storms in this kind of gray, darker green color, and then we have our after 2024 storms. We just wanted to visually represent this a little bit in a graph so you can really see the disparities there. So what we found is that our tree canopy as a whole, pre and post storm, we lost about 1.79% to the storm using this approach. What that means is, you know, proportionately, so the tree canopy as a whole is a little bit different than trees itself, right? You can have a tree and it not have as large of a canopy, so different size canopies, right? So we also want to isolate the trees and say, okay, about how many trees did we lose? So while we lost 1.79% of our canopy, we lost 6.2% of our inventory of trees. So what this meant is about for every 100 trees, we lost 6. Now, we did look at Pinellas and Tampa. They use the same methodology approach as the city of St. Petersburg. They do have some lower numbers there, but that could be a very many different factors. Like I said, the methodology approach isn't totally scientifically, in fact, indefinite. So, you know, there's a lot of moving variables there, but I wanted to be able to present that to you so you could kind of see how they fared. So talking a little bit about the environmental impacts of a canopy loss of that size. So obviously, you know, trees are very good at, you know, decreasing particulate matter in the air and reducing air pollution. So we just wanted to provide some data there on what kind of environmental impact losing this amount of canopy could cause. And so this is sourced from iTree Canopy. So basically from the data, we can assess that there could be an increased air pollution of 59,000 pounds into the air with a particulate matter at 10,000 pounds, which is included in that 59 number. The hydrological benefits, again, this comes from iTree Canopy. As we know, you know, trees help with stormwater runoff. And so basically losing, you know, 6% of our trees could produce into a 19 million gallon stormwater runoff consequence of that. So. And here, I just wanted to put this as part of the presentation. I'll run through this very quickly, but I wanted everyone to see their districts and to know where the dots went, to also see if you all had seen any disparities, and for you guys to get a very good, and the residents to get a very good background on how this was measured in their neighborhood, in their community. So in the presentation, you'll see all the districts. The dots are there. Those were randomized dots produced by iTree Canopy that we then went in there and out of those category areas marked them. So you can see how the different districts are different from each other and how their community fared to that. So just running through that, wanted to make sure that that was part of the presentation. Councilmember Gabbard, do we want to stop before we, okay.
So we'll go ahead and go to Councilmember questions. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for this, this report and for really getting it down to the district level. Although we care and have concern about the entire city and that tree canopy loss, it's interesting to see how it affects your district in particular, and mine was impacted considerably. Loved seeing you, Maven, and the city staff at the Old Southeast Neighborhoods annual plant swap last Saturday, giving away free trees for residents. And I think that's one, you know, the more we can do, the better on that. That's one way that we can address the situation, because of course we want to sort of make up for this as quickly as possible. And one of the ways is by engaging our residents, right? I've also got to give a big thanks to our Parks Department, which has been planting many trees in the parks that lost trees during the storms. So I see some things that we're doing. How do we scale that? Do you feel like we're at a good pace right now? I've seen an increase in the number of trees being planted and tree programs for residents, but are we where you think we should be, or what do you think we should be doing more of at this point?
Well, I think, what we've done so far is we have given away since the storm about 3,200 trees. And we have also planted on city property around 1,049 trees, not including parks. So that's just our office. And engineering has also planted trees. So on top of that 1,049 number, we have engineering and parks that are not included in that number. So I think we are approaching this in a way of being proactive. We always could, there are neighborhoods that existed before the storm and exist now that lack tree canopy. There are areas in our community that lack trees still, and we're working to create programs right now that would help address that loss. So I think we're working on it, and I think we can always work, there can always be more success in an area. But I do want to say that I'm very proud of the city and the investments that they've made towards trees. I really think that it's a really great investment, and we're doing a lot of good work with that.
Thank you. I agree. And more is always better, whatever we can do. I do also want to point out that this Saturday, another neighborhood in my district, Campbell Park, is doing a big tree planting event. The city is participating and helping out with that, along with Keep Pinellas Beautiful, and Mar.
Yes.
Is also doing that. So wonderful to see the community support and recognition of the importance of our tree canopy. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Maeve, and thank you, Claude. I appreciate your team's hard work, and specifically on drilling down these numbers, so that we have a better idea and visual depiction of the damage that was done in each of our districts when it comes to this is a long-term recovery process, and I want to know that because when we talk about environmental impacts, the environment belongs to all of us, right? It's not germane to a certain zip code or a certain race. But I want to be clear that there are a lot of environmental impacts that stretch far and wide, and there are some communities that are disproportionately impacted more than others. And I want to speak specifically about Childs Park because you have the Halco oil company there, refinery, and what they're doing there, it's emitting a lot of emissions in the air that can impact a lot of people's health. So I want to talk about focusing or prioritizing maybe certain areas over others, because this goes to your point about how you figured out the locations that were chosen as far as where we need to be focusing our attention right now as a city. There may be areas like Lakewood Estates that have a lot of trees that need a lot of attention. But I just want to know, how are we being equitable in making those decisions as far as where these trees need to be planted and prioritizing that?
Yeah, so we did have a state grant. This was right before I came on, that had to deal with Childs Park in particular, and I do believe we planted around 150 trees. Our stormwater traffic and pavement operations was SPTO. I have to give them a shout out. We could not have planted the 1,000 trees without them. They were actually boots on the ground identifying areas. Hey, come over here and plant it. So I do need to give them a huge shout out, Charles Hargrove and Larry and Marshall on that team. They just finished watering them. It has been a year. Now, can we always do more? To Councilmember Driscoll's point, absolutely. And looking at some of this data, how we're going to move forward and prioritize, and I would be more than open to other metrics of prioritization, is where is the largest canopy loss? And towards our 2017 study, we know we have a 30% goal citywide of tree canopy. We know there's certain districts that have a disproportionate canopy compared to other districts. So the idea is to focus these programs and the giveaways in those districts, and we're working towards that when we release our new program that's coming up.
So I want to talk a little bit about those programs, because there's a lot of people who I talk to in the community who are a little leery about accepting these free trees because of the legal liabilities that come with it. And it's not just legal liabilities. You have financial liabilities, physical liabilities, but I do want to talk legal for a moment about those legal liabilities. When someone obtains one of these trees from the city, what are they signing up for? Because I've gotten one before, but I'll be honest, I maybe didn't read the fine print quite as well as I should have. But are there any consequences associated with if a tree dies? What happens?
So I have not seen these specific agreements. I'm not sure if there are, actual agreements that go with all of these tree giveaways, but it would, be essentially that, if it's the city's planning something, in your yard or in the right of way, it would be probably a general waiver of that, if anything goes wrong, we're not going to sue the city, but it's going to be typically a maintenance obligation. So you will have the watering, the trimming, letting the tree die or become lack of water. It could lead to a code violation, and even in the right of way, that tree would be the responsibility of that adjacent property owner to take care of. So, if we see it sometimes, somebody wanted a tree, it's in the right of way, they sell the house, the next person, is not happy about the tree. So as the trees get bigger, the roots do spread. It can damage the adjacent sidewalk, which is also the property owner's responsibility. So there are some of those liabilities that come with basically the maintenance of the tree and making sure it doesn't fall into someone's yard. A lot of those we'll see more as time goes on, as the tree gets bigger. It's probably not so much with this initial stage where watering, it's going to be keeping the tree alive, and if it dies, it would just need to be removed. So there might be a little bit of expense with the maintenance and the removal if needed. I would say those are the main legal considerations, just to make sure you don't get foul of code enforcement, or if the tree gets big enough, lose limbs or falling over onto a neighboring property.
And, to bring up a point here, one thing I want to mention a couple things. I actually forgot to mention, we did finish up Clam Bayou. We planted about 150 trees on that trail out there that you can go see, and that was in partnership with Parks and SPTO. So I wanted to remember that. Thank you, Claude. Honestly, we plant so many trees. I actually, I forget sometimes. It's a good problem. And I want to address, the legal challenge. We had a right-of-way tree planting program about a year and a half ago. And that might be the program the residents are talking to you about. What we found is that there was lofty wait times. Also, right-of-way planting is very complicated legally and also from an infrastructure perspective. I hear a lot of residents getting frustrated that they maintain the right-of-way, but then have to be kind of told what might be in the right-of-way and what's not. So it was creating frustration. And one thing our office does not want to do in a program like this is create frustration. And so we said, okay, let's take a step back from this program. So we have dissolved the program, and we're replacing it with a newer, more flexible model, which this model would just allow us to give the trees away, and we will be providing education to residents. But instead of them waiting 4 to 6 months to be told, no, you can't plant here, they will actually have a selection of their own trees. We'll provide recommendations of those places. They will have to sign a legal agreement, but it will be more on the homeowner to take care of their tree, and we'll be there to help them and provide guidance, but we will not be planting the trees as a program that we're creating right now exists.
It makes plenty of sense, and I appreciate you, and thank you for clarifying the legal terms, and then also clarifying that program has been dissolved and since replaced. I appreciate you going on record doing that. But I still have concerns, though, about the homeowner's responsibility with watering and maintaining the tree. Because there may be a lot of seniors who have perfect properties, or low-income residents who have the perfect property for planting a tree, but perhaps they don't have the means to do so. So acknowledging that there are some real economic inequalities that can cause some economic barriers here, some realistic economic barriers and environmental disparities. And so I want to do what we can to try to close that gap and eliminate those hurdles. I don't know what that would look like. Perhaps that's another discussion for another point in time, but just the homeowner's responsibility with maintaining that new tree, it still comes with a lot of responsibilities. But again, I want the city to be partners in helping to recover the entire tree canopy. And then lastly, I know you mentioned something about the typical best practice for initiatives such as this. You said it was something about a drone with data that goes or comes from the USDA. Can you go into that a little bit? Because you mentioned that we don't have access to that data right now.
Yes. So basically what it is it's a drone flown over an area, and it can really measure where the trees are at and what is a tree versus what isn't a tree. And so it just provides a better scientific approach to assessing a tree canopy. And yes, the USDA does have the data, but right now they just haven't released it, and we were waiting on it, and we kind of kept waiting on it, and we just don't know how much longer, so we wanted to be able to produce that. And the arborists of the state find that the DOT methodology is basically scientifically sound, where we can make scientific assumptions based on that data set.
I appreciate that. And I'm just wondering, with technology as advanced as it is today, is there some sort of way that we can incorporate AI to maybe layer Google images over the course of so many amount of years just to see where trees have been lost? Yeah. And again, I want to expand the conversation, hopefully at some point beyond just trees, and also talk about our natural vegetation, because there are a lot of Florida native plants that have been erased and eradicated because of those storms in our parks, in other places. But my last point is I want to ask Maven, is there some sort of way for us to get a comprehensive report, maybe over the last 2 years, of where we as a city have planted trees, and not necessarily exactly where, but the number of trees that have been planted? Because you've mentioned everything from Childs Park to Clam Bayou, you've mentioned stormwater, parks and rec, engineering, public works. So I just want to get an idea of what each department's doing when it comes to trees and replacing our natural tree canopy. And then lastly, I've heard a little bit about what the Mayor's Future Readiness Academy is doing. And I've heard they've had a heavy hand in this as well. Can you talk a little bit about resources, what might be needed, and this is, I think, to Councilmember Driscoll's point, to assist in hopefully accelerating this effort? Because if we need more people hired in either department to help with this, I want to know if that's an ask.
So I think there's a couple of different next steps. One being, I think it would be best practice for the city to have a developed tree maintenance and planting plan. That's citywide, that we do not have that currently. And from a staffing perspective, I know, at least working with stormwater, pavement, and traffic operations, they struggle with helping to maintain and monitor and water the tree canopy that they are also stewards of our land, not just parks, and they have some difficulties having any staff available to help with that. So I think when we talk about long-term maintenance and infrastructure maintenance, trees are part of infrastructure, and having dedicated staff to maintain that infrastructure would be best if I was talking about our ideal wish list. So I think that would be the next best. And I want to really quickly mention a program that Codes has. So Codes does have a tree removal program. Now, our arborist, our city arborist, does have to go out and make sure that the tree is in such poor health that it can be removed. It's income qualified. And we are partnering with Codes right now to basically, if the homeowner does want to replace their tree, providing them with some options of replacement. But I do want to mention we do have a tree removal, and that is not a tree maintenance program for residents, but it is a tree removal program.
Last point, could we model a maintenance program after that removal program? Just curious.
That would take a lot of staff.
My point, we need more staff, which is why I support expanding the Mayor's Future Readiness Academy. Thank you so much, Maven.
Thank you. Any other council members before I go? No?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
One of the things that Maven and her team have done a really good job over the last couple of years is developing relationships with volunteer groups. You mentioned MAR and neighborhood groups, because we recognize that right now, given the resources that we have, we can't do it all. The city can't do it all themselves.
No.
And since trees are a community asset, and there are volunteers in the community out there that are willing to do the watering. And so we're working with communities to try to identify those volunteers, and maybe as an idea, we can continue to work with the neighborhood associations or the neighborhoods themselves so they can develop their own group of volunteers within the neighborhood that could help out with the homeowner who doesn't have the ability to do it themselves.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you for that point, because it actually leads into my first question. So prior to the hurricanes, we were actively engaging with our, let's call it, tree lover community, and they were going out into neighborhoods and doing physical tree countings. And I know this because I looked out my front window one day and my neighbors were in my yard counting all my trees. And I was very excited. I was not upset at all, of course, as a tree hugger myself. I was very excited and went out and talked with them and understood that they were going through our entire neighborhood. They were all neighbors. They were counting those trees. They were measuring them. And so that was something that I think, we were trying to kind of get off the ground. And some neighborhoods were taking advantage of it. In Barclay Estates, we call ourselves a neighborhood of trees, and so it was easy sell to get neighbors and volunteers to do that, but I recognize that it probably was more difficult in other areas. So my question is, have we looked at that program, and have we talked about how to reinvigorate that and get people back out to counting those trees?
Yeah, so we do have our citizen foresters.
Yes.
And we are excited to look at that program and really, to the point of seeing what our volunteers want to do. Right. And so it has been a little inactive since we've been in a staff change. And so we're excited to have that back. And that is a really great idea. And so we'll definitely be exploring that. I know the neighborhoods really liked doing that. So that is part of that program that we will explore.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I would be very, very happy to see us getting residents back out and engaged, because it brings awareness and it really helps to keep everyone engaged with the work we're doing. Second question, talked a little bit about the waivers, and thank you, Councilmember Givens, for bringing that up. I have also had similar concerns from residents, and I have signed one of those waivers myself, and again, probably didn't read it. I was just excited to get my tree. So I wanted to ask, because one of the things that was mentioned, legal, was that, one of those is the responsibility of watering. We are under a water emergency right now, but we're actively still giving trees away and asking people to sign these waivers. So when you mentioned the watering, it made me a little nervous, because right now we're at a place where you shouldn't really be watering to the degree that you need for a brand new tree. So how are you all dealing with that?
It's actually interesting you bring it up. I was just talking to Chelsea, our urban forester, before, because Sharon, our landscape architect, we were having a conversation. April and May are our driest months, and we do not necessarily want to be planting as a city during those driest months because we know new trees do need more water, right? So I think you bring up a good point. We will have to really look at that on how we do that effectively in our giveaways. Is it during the months of April and May that we either just don't, or do we give away more drought tolerant during April and May and just say, hey, these are more drought tolerant. We know that they could, so that might be an answer to that.
Yeah, that would be the way I would want to see it go. And anyone who's familiar with planting in the state of Florida knows that there are certain times of year you should be planting things, and certain times of year that it's just an exercise in futility.
Yeah.
You're going to put a baby sapling out there and the heat's going to dry it up no matter how much you try. So I think there's systematic things that we need to make sure that we are using, kind of our common sense and our scientific research to know, because if we are having people sign waivers that they're going to take care of these trees, and we're giving it to them during a time period when we know either A, it's going to get beaten up by the sun and those saplings aren't going to live anyway, or we can't water properly. I mean, these are all the things me and my husband have conversations about when we're planting in our home. And so I just want to make sure that we're having those conversations as a city so that we're not setting people up to fail. Because anyone who's taking these trees genuinely wants them to survive, but they may not have that same level of experience or education, and we don't, again, want to set them up to fail. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Now I want to get into this data, because the first thing I'm going to say is District 2 that tree canopy before 2024, I don't know that I had ever actually seen that number before. That's amazing. 45% of District 2 with tree canopy before the hurricanes, phenomenal. But I want to get real about this second column, 45%, 0.02. I'm telling you right now, and I'm going to tell you from my own lived experience, my home was damaged by my largest tree falling on my house. So you would have caught that being gone in January of 2025. What you would not have caught, I had 7, 8 other trees on my property. Within about 5 months of the hurricane, because of the saltwater inundation, and then 2 weeks later, because of the wind burn, 5 of my trees had to be removed because they were dying and unstable. That happened in May. I pulled up my tree permit to remind myself, because when you're living through a rebuild, time is not real. So I reminded myself in May of 2025, we removed 5 more of those trees. When my permit was pulled, they came out, they looked, they approved my permit. My requirement was to replant 2 after losing 5. I have replanted my 2. I have replanted my 1, and my second one is in a pot ready to be replanted. But I'm telling you from personal experience, that number in District 2, I just have a really hard time believing, just anecdotally, that that is accurate today. Because you had every single neighborhood in District 2 recovering in some way, shape, or form from the storms. So by January 2025, if it had not fallen and was not in your way, you weren't necessarily worried and or even realized that that tree that was still left maybe was just not going to make it and you were going to have to remove it. So I think there's been a lot more tree removal since January of 2025 due to circumstances like that. So I just use my own experience to tell you what's happening anecdotally on the ground. And so I guess I want to understand, when the drone photos were done by USDA, when was that done?
I'm uncertain.
Okay, because I know we can't get that data, but I hope that at some point we are going to be able to get that. And I would like to know, was that done a little bit later into 2025 when people had been moving through recovery and were finally at that point? Because by May, my roof has been replaced. I no longer have, future water intrusion coming in. I'm moving into redoing the inside of the house. Now I have the bandwidth to think, oh my gosh, another hurricane season's coming and I have 5 trees that are in some level of, danger, and I can now take on the job of getting these removed. That's what people were going through specifically in District 2. I don't think this number, we can look at this and go, oh, well, it wasn't that bad. Great. Not a whole lot of work to do there. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's a real picture. So I'd like to know on the drone photos when that was done, and hopefully when we will be able to continue to work to get that information, because that might help to fill in those gaps. My last question specific to this piece is, again, when I pulled my permit, lost 5, told to plant 2. I did that because, again, I'm a tree hugger. I want these trees. I cried when they removed the other 5 trees. My husband will tell you I fought him tooth and nail until I was convinced that they were a danger. A lot of other people in my position probably have replanted their trees because that's what they were told to do. But we could have a lot of people who haven't. Have we gone back in and pulled those permits and reached out to those residents and said, did you replant your trees? And if not, we have trees to give. Have we done that?
So I think
Joe coming, because
Okay.
that falls under his shop. So you were behind the pillar. I couldn't see you. So
Didn't know you were here, Joe. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Joe Waugh, Neighborhood Services Managing Director. So I will certainly touch base with Shane and his
Yeah.
team, But we have in the past received notifications from them that they had issued a permit, the replant did not happen,
Yeah.
and then we initiated a codes case in order to get that replanted and addressed.
Okay,
so
so
it's
that's where I want to stop you, and I don't mean to
Yeah.
interrupt, but I don't want us issuing a codes case. I want us to be working with our residents to say, yes, we've noticed. Here's a solution. We can help you. You know the difference behind that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think in everything that we do within
Yeah.
code is to try to provide that education assistance first, obviously.
Right.
So if we do, intentionally go back and look at all of these, we
Mhm.
find those ones where they have not done
Yeah.
those replants, we will absolutely partner with Maven and her
Yeah.
team in order to connect those two dots and then hopefully be able to get those replants completed, and then
Yeah.
we don't even have to be a part of the conversation.
I
other
would
than connecting
love
the
for us to find a way to do that. And I think that for me is a takeaway that I would like to have us come back and have a conversation about. So I'm going to leave this on the referral list because I think that we've got a little bit more digging to do here. I'd like to understand, and this is a conversation for the future because we do have more items to go. I want to understand what it looks like to do this dot analysis again, what that investment might be, and I want us to get a little bit more granular and more current on all of this information because again, January 2025, people were in a different place. And I worry that some of these numbers, there may be a bigger impact than what we're really seeing. And there's a bigger opportunity to the codes conversation to marry all of this work together. And to Councilmember Gibbons' point, let's come back in that conversation with some sort of comprehensive update as to all of the trees that have been planted and given out and it doesn't have to be specifics, it can be heat maps or whatever you want it to be, or broken down by district, but I would like to see that as well as part of that conversation. So that gives us some takeaways to come back with. Does that make sense? Absolutely. Okay, very good. Administration, anything else on this one? No? All right, let's keep it moving. Let's talk about food forest.
Great, thank you. Okay, great. And Madam Chair, I know the people sitting in this room are probably not new to this conversation of the community urban agriculture program, but I know we've been waiting a long time for this. Giving a brief history, we started talking about this in 2022. We're now in 2026. The great news is that the Office of Sustainability and Resilience has really started to build their staff. So, we recently hired Nicole Shanaville as our supervisor, and she's really hitting the ground running on this program. So I think probably, the reason why, and so for the community to know too, just it takes a long time sometimes when we don't have dedicated staff to work on something. So we're really excited to put life back in it, and Nicole's just going to be the right lady for the job, so I appreciate her. So we're revisiting this. The last time you seen it was around March 2025. I'm going to talk a little bit about the change. We've made very minimal changes to the program, but there are some. So of course we're looking at PP funding to fund two different sides of projects. One is food forest creation. This is new food forest where food forests weren't previously at. The other one is community garden expansion or enhancement or revitalization. So it really should be kind of looked at as two separate programs because it really does target two separate different audiences. So, what are going to be our priority areas? Well, if we look at our Healthy Food Action Plan, they had already designated food priority areas. The Office of Sustainability and Resilience is going to take this and keep moving with that. So we are going to, we are encouraging everyone to apply, but these food priority areas will be taken into consideration and score a little higher on that grant worksheet there. So just want to kind of let everyone know, and so everyone can see this and revisit that again. But here's some next steps. So one thing that we really notice when we get down to the nitty-gritty of trying to develop this program is that we need to listen. So one thing we lack the knowledge of is, what do community gardens actually need? Some of them need fencing. Some of them need water. Some of them need electricity. These are all very kind of unique things depending on where they're at and where they're located. And so to make the best program possible, I think we have to listen first. And so what we've decided is around June, we're going to host 2 different listening sessions. And we're going to invite the local food community to those listening sessions and really just say, hey, what are your needs here? What is your must-haves, right? This grant isn't going to, I know one community garden that has told me I need fencing, I need irrigation, I need electricity. I don't think this grant is going to cover all of that, right? So, you know, even level setting with the community gardens, why don't you start working on your priority list? What are your priorities? So really excited to host those 2 in-person listening sessions. We're also going to provide awareness for those upcoming opportunities, because one thing we're really excited about in the development of this program is that this grant program will be an award of services. So we are releasing at the same time an RFP after we do the grant, which would provide the opportunity for our urban agriculture businesses to bid on it. Because one thing we realized is that our community gardens might not have the financial infrastructure in place to take funding. And what we would not like to do is basically limit the opportunity of a community garden because they couldn't take government funding and grant manage. So we're really excited to be able to provide that 2-prong approach while supporting and enhancing businesses surrounded around local food, and then also enhancing our community garden and local food assets at the same time. And so we really feel like it's going to be a win-win approach, but it's going to take a lot of stakeholder engagement, a lot of understanding to get there. So we are partnering with the greenhouse and procurement. And so they're going to, after we do the listening sessions, we're going to host 3 community workshops. So that way we really cover a wide area of timing, so we can try to make sure that everyone can make it that wants to be involved. And procurement in the greenhouse is going to help us, you know, build up our local food businesses if they want to apply for this grant funding to help us implement this program. And then on the other end, we're also going to work with our community gardens and things like that to show them how you would apply for this grant and what are the necessary steps for that, and really work with them on a plan for the future of their community garden and work to identify any issues that are coming up, because that has not yet been documented. So we're excited about that. And so after we do that, we're going to then release the grant application. We're going to invite everyone to apply. You know, they'll get emails, things of that nature. And then after the grant application is closed, we're going to select our professional services contractor. So we'll release our mini RFP, because we'll have a really good idea of what services we're going to need. And then we'll be able to bring on someone to do the work. So we're very excited for that. That is going to be a length of time. You know, one of the things about urban agriculture in general, is it does work in seasons. And that's what kind of is going to impact when this program can go, because we do not want to release funding in June and July. Because then you get a bunch of residents activated and it's 90 degrees outside, and let me tell you, they don't want to grow another tomato after that. We want to activate them during the nice time where they're enjoying their time in the garden, and really, you know, the summer is for, you know, just a different, yes, a different environment. Thank you. Yes, so we're going to move through this process, and we're going to move through it as quickly as we can. So I don't want to necessarily put a date on it yet, because if we, you know, it's either January, February for spring, really, to get on that, August, September for fall. And then other than that, we're going in somewhere mid-season. So we're hoping we're going to work as quickly as we can, and we're going to work with some of those other individuals, and maybe they would be okay and flexible with having it sooner or later or something like that. So, you know, metrics of success. So what we're going to look for when we talk about, and I think this is also going to come back in the listening session, but when we provide this grant funding, right, we're going to need some metrics to show if it was successful or if it was not. And so we're looking at, you know, food production and distribution, the growth of the garden and the food forest network, community satisfaction, and investment and resource allocation. So we're going to be looking at these different metrics and working with the contractor that we hire on, as well as the community garden and local food forest to, you know, identify those and make sure that they're situationally appropriate. We wanted to talk a little bit about how we are continuing the work of healthy food action plans. I hear a lot of times from residents, the plans sit on the shelves, but we want to make sure that no plan is sitting on the shelf. So we're taking the work that was previously done and expanding it. So we are addressing some of these goals up here, and that plan was done in 2024. So we're excited to keep continuing working on that plan, as well as I think Healthy St. Pete even has 4 to 5 programs right now working on this plan. So the city's actively engaged. Scaling operations and future opportunities, I just wanted to bring this up. We do have the ability during this listening session and this grant opportunity to basically create a needs assessment. So what do our community gardens need? Where are they located at? How much are they producing? How many volunteers are involved? Those kinds of things we can look at documenting and getting that and providing that to the city. We are looking to build a larger urban food network that the city would host. I know the city has done this previously in the past, and Madam Chair, you've brought up, reviving this group. And so we're getting a little more proactive on that. We just recently met with Hometown Hillsborough, which is a group in Hillsborough that's a community agriculture network that's highly successful that I'll talk about here in just a second. And again, future opportunities. This is just here to provide some ideas of where we could really go. Healthy St. Pete is already doing a lot of work, but of course there's always more work that can be done. And, it was when we were in conversation with Hometowns Hillsborough, which didn't make the presentation because it was just recent, they are operated by the county. And the county provides around $250,000 annually to go into scaling local businesses and food programs. So I thought that was very interesting. So yeah, thank you. Sorry, I know I'm very abrupt when it stops.
No, you're good. Thank you. I'm sure that sparked a lot of thoughts and conversations. So, council members, anything? No? Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Maven. I appreciate you. This is something that I'm excited to hear about. Certainly excited to see this get off the ground running. I want to start where you left off. You mentioned the Hillsborough County Initiative. Is there any local municipality in Florida that's currently operating one? Can we?
When my previous career at the City of Orlando, we operated a Good Food Central Florida group. And so there's many municipalities across the board that operate food networks.
I would just add to that very quickly, and I had a comment here to remind myself. On Monday at the Regional Planning Council Resiliency Coalition meeting, we had a presentation from Pasco County. And Pasco County, the work that they have done to bring together a food network within Pasco and even neighboring to Hillsborough. They are really the model regionally for this. But to your point, Maven, there is also a state organization, the State Food Policy Council, and they do a lot of this work of building food system networks. To be very clear, urban agriculture and all of the benefits that come from that work have to be done regionally because of sourcing and all of that. So Pasco County, if you're looking to someone to do a model, and we would be happy to send to all of City Council the presentation that we saw at the Regional Planning Council on Monday, because it was phenomenal. And you can go back and watch that recording as well.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just
Thank you, Chair.
thought that was
Appreciate
valuable
that.
to the conversation.
And then my last question, this map, slide 35 here for priority areas, how was that determined? Because you mentioned that, okay, we have 2 separate initiatives, the food forest and then our community gardens projects. Did we lump them all together to come up with these priority areas? Because it seems like maybe there could be 2 different maps. I just wanted some clarification there.
No. No.
It's a staff question.
Go ahead, Maven, and then I'll let Councilmember Driscoll if she has I feel like this is more of a conversation, so I'm interested in that. Yeah, I like it.
So, some of this, and, Kim Leto from Healthy St. Pete, she was disappointed she could not be here today, but they're actually promoting one of their food programs with the media, so they had a previous responsibility. But this data does come from the U.S. Census Bureau American Community Survey data for healthy food priority areas. I know my office, we also looked at the USDA low food access areas, and when we overlaid them to this, it matched pretty well. So I can't speak for what they previously and why, but that is where I believe that data came from, and when we overlaid it, it seemed to match pretty well with USDA.
Councilmember Driscoll, do you have anything specific that you wanted to add?
Thanks. I was thinking maybe he looked at it the same way that I did when I first glanced at this. You see the left side, then you see the map, and you're thinking that's a map of where all these things are. And then you look over here and it's like, oh wait, no, this is different. The map actually goes with the information on the right, not on the left.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I do like seeing it all together because it does remind us that they need to go hand in hand.
Yes.
And that's a great point, Councilmember Driscoll. I do have one point regarding the priority areas, though. So I'm looking at map number 13 and 15, and then where they fall on the poverty access line here, looks like map area 13 is about 43% below poverty, and then map area 15 is 36% below poverty compared to priority area number 1, which is 15% below poverty. So I'm just wondering, how do we balance that? How do we scale that as far as where poverty level falls into the equation, determining what's priority and what's not?
I think that's a good question that we'll take back and think about and be able to provide an answer to. But I think I would want some time to really think about how we could, prioritize, and it could just be part of the scoring criteria of priorities, because when we looked at this map, we just it wasn't like number 1 is our focus. It was more like 1 to 17 in this broad. But if there is areas that have lower poverty thresholds than other areas, should we prioritize those, right? And the answer is probably yes. And so I think we can model that in our scoring criteria, and I appreciate you pointing that out today.
No, and I appreciate your answer and your candidness, and I think that's why we're having this conversation now, so we can provide that feedback. Because again, when you're considering that, you also have to consider, food insecurity. How many of these neighborhoods or map areas have access to a grocery store? That has a lot to do in making that decision. But those are my comments, and thank you all so much on this. I'm excited to see this conversation continue. Thank you, Chair.
And I'm just going to add to your point real quickly, so I might be done by the time we get to me, that on this, and I'll speak specifically to number 1, because when I saw this as well, that's my district. I understand very clearly that by the USDA, information is labeled as a, quote, food desert, food insecure area. And really, it is because there is such a high number of seniors in that geographic area, and that they don't have the same access as others with transportation and funding and all of that. So I look at this as an opportunity to reprioritize, because the way it's laid out to me and my common sense just goes, oh, well, you just started on the north end of the city and you just kind of laid it out, right? But I do think to that point that, it could be and should be, in my mind, reprioritized based upon poverty level and demographic. Because, and I say demographic specifically because of our senior community and the communities of which have large numbers of children in them, because those are 2 of our most vulnerable populations. And those, I think, should also be considered as we are prioritizing these areas. So I'll leave that there. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. So just staying on that for a moment, as you're coming up with the parameters for where this can happen, and then later on you talk about what success looks like and what we're looking for, and some of that is about growing food and how much of that is going to local food pantries. I don't want to leave out an opportunity for a neighborhood or a group within a neighborhood that is not listed on this map to grow food, to take on this project and then donate the food to an organization that is located in one of the healthy food priority areas.
Yep.
So where it grows and where it goes can be two different things. We want to make sure that we're supporting both. Tell me about, just quickly, there's, the slides aren't numbered, but on the brief history slide at the bottom, it says score sheet and development to assess applicant eligibility and prioritization criteria. Do you anticipate that that will be finished prior to the first listening session in June?
No, because we want to listen and take in, just like all of you today have given us such good feedback. The listening sessions is more on a feedback, and we can put up a draft, most certainly, and I think that would be appropriate to put up a draft scoring criteria and then ask if we're missing anything or what others might think. But when we go to do our community workshops is when we were planning on presenting more of that. This is the finalized scoring matrix, to have that there.
Okay.
But that's certainly a good idea. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I didn't think about that beforehand. So we'll make sure to present a draft version of that.
Right, because I see it both ways. It'd be nice to have something so that people are like, I don't know if I'm eligible.
Right.
Well, let's talk about that. Whereas if you took a finalized scoring sheet and then you go to the listening sessions, there might be something that comes up that we didn't think about.
Yeah, thank you.
So having community input at that point, I think, is a good idea.
Absolutely.
Will you make sure that City Council knows when these sessions are coming up in case any of us wants to sit in and observe?
Absolutely.
And then I do hope this will stay on the referral list, maybe come back after the, those are done. As far as what time of the year to do things, as you mentioned earlier, different projects have different needs. One might need help with irrigation. Not everybody's ready to put seeds in the ground. So if somebody needs the fence, that can be done in June, that can be done in July, right? So I think it depends on where the needs are. I don't know that we have to restrict it by growing seasons or anything like that. I think it should just depend on what is needed. And the beauty of this is it's new, and so we can make it look however we want it to. Right? She likes that.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. And I am so glad that you are working on this. I can tell that you're passionate about it and excited, because we do have wide open road when it comes to creating this. And I want to thank Committee Chair Gabbard for bringing this forward and being so persistent with moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? No. Well, I'll just kind of finish up with a couple of thoughts, and then we'll get to our last item. So I'll kind of start where Councilmember Driscoll left off, and I actually wrote down where it grows and where it goes are two different things, and I love it, and I might steal it.
Go ahead.
I think we should all be saying it, right? Because it's
I didn't even
so
plan it. It just happened.
True. So true. And I think that, again, we want to be growing food across our community and understanding the benefits and that trickle out from these neighborhoods back to that map in the middle, that, they have more access, but they also want to participate, and they care deeply that we have other parts of our community that do not have access. I mean, I would point to the membership of the One Community Grocery Co-op. The individuals who are members of that organization don't just live in South St. Pete. There are people all over our city who are members of that organization because they understand the importance for our entire city. So I love that, and I'm going to steal it, and I think we should all be like chanting that. We should come up with a little song to put on St. Pete TV about it because I loved it.
Why do you think I wanted to see on the referral list?
I love it. I love it. Maybe that's what we'll call this item. So thank you for that. And then I also wanted to kind of talk about the cycling of the year, right? The seasonality of this work. And I completely agree. And I had written that down as well. Because a lot of this, like we're talking about community garden expansion projects, food forest pilot projects. Okay, well, it's my hopes that maybe we get to a place where it's also community garden new projects, not just expansion. It's expansion of the whole program, but new community gardens, because we have a perfect example that lives right here under our roof, which is the youth farm. And anyone who knew the youth farm when it was just a piece of land knows what it has taken to get to where they are today, being able to grow food all year long. That is tough work. And that is what these community gardens are going to come across, is they are going to need those building blocks. Those building blocks can be done in seasons and should be done in seasons that are not good for actual growing. Because you need to sometimes bring in soil, you've got to do your irrigation, maybe your fencing, whatever it is, it's the infrastructure of the garden. All of us who have our own community gardens in our backyards, that's the kind of stuff we do during the summer. You get up early in the morning and you work on your irrigation system, recognizing that you're prepping it and getting it ready for the fall season when you can grow more than okra and evergreen tomatoes, because that's all you're growing in the summer. Like it just is. You might grow some kale and collards, but there comes a point in time when you're not growing that either. And so we need to be using that summer time period to get people ready for growing. And that work alone is really the heavy lift. The fun part's putting the stuff in the ground. This first part is not the fun part, but it's really, really important, and we can help people get ready for that fun part of the season. Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of level set a little bit on my vision of what the timing would be, because there is stuff that can be done all year long to make it ultimately more sustainable and more successful and more enjoyable for people. Because there's nothing more like disheartening than planting a bunch of stuff and then Florida summer comes and eats it up, because that was my first experience, being a little naive to the process. So I'll go ahead and leave it there. I will leave this on the referral list because, by golly, I'm not going to let it go. So I look forward to continuing to have these conversations and continuing to be the leader in urban agriculture in our community. So thank you. All right, let's get on to one of our newest new business items for the referral list, which is it is Councilwoman Driscoll's item. This is a referral on the bird sanctuary. So I'm very excited to have this conversation. It's a new conversation for us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Driscoll.
Thank you. And I will start by thanking you for getting this onto a committee agenda so quickly, because we do have some, this is something that is time sensitive. With this one came about just thinking about how our city is growing and it becoming more and more important for us to take thoughtful steps to preserve, protect our wildlife and their habitats that are really part of making our city so special. I mean, we literally have a pelican in our logo.
Yep.
So this is really focused on protecting our local bird populations and ensuring that future growth and development continue to be in balance with the ecosystems that sustain them. Talking with Heather Judd, this idea of looking at the Florida rules for establishing a bird sanctuary seemed to align very well with what I was looking for here. And so I'll let her kind of explain what that process is. In my mind, this should be an easy yes. I hope that it will be. But this is the first step towards really showing, even though we're becoming so dense, we still really value our natural environment and our feathered neighbors. And with that, I will turn things over to Heather.
So thank you, Councilwoman Driscoll. I just want to preface that the majority of this work and the research was done by my colleague, Sarah Lucker, and my intern, Hannah Howe, and Sarah was sick today and couldn't be here. So I was really hoping that she would be here to take the lead and take the credit for the work that she's done. She does have a background working with FWC, so that was kind of why I asked her to help me with this. So the Florida Administrative Code 68A-19.002, as Councilwoman Driscoll said, does establish a rulemaking procedure for bird sanctuaries. And it says that in requesting establishment of such restricted hunting areas or bird sanctuaries, the governing body shall, by proper resolution or ordinance, officially agree to assume the responsibility for enforcement of regulations of the commission which apply to such areas. So that's why you do see a draft ordinance here, and the draft ordinance shows a potential amendment to city code for chapter 4. That's our animals chapter. And this was modeled after what we saw in a lot of other cities. Generally, there's two different ways you can request a bird sanctuary. You can request a certain discrete area or just request citywide. And a lot of cities have done citywide, and then they have that in their code. So you'd be enforcing both by ordinance violations and by the requisite FWC regulations and Florida statute, improper hunting and prohibited areas, things like that. So we decided to try for the entire city, and the reasons for that is we have contained 300 miles of coastline, so we do have a large shorebird population, and it just made sense to do this because if we were having an issue with hunting and we were closing certain areas, it would probably just move right down the shoreline. And so this seemed to be the best way to start. Now, you'll see in the Florida Administrative Code, it talks about once they receive the request, the staff will investigate to ensure the tract under consideration is sufficiently developed as to preclude recreational hunting. We're one of the most dense county and the largest city in the most dense county, so I think we're going to meet that development. So, but they could restrict the area, and that would require us to come back and amend this ordinance, but we did start with a citywide. And I would say the only change, if council wanted to go ahead and move this upstairs and go ahead and pass the ordinance, I would just suggest an amendment to section 5. So that would be right now you see our standard effective date language. This would be modified to show that it would only become effective and then sent to our codifier if and when the commission approved it. And if they approve it, great, it will go into effect at that point. If they request a smaller area, then we would just amend this and then put it into effect.
If I could.
Yes, please.
And I just want to add that every step that Heather just talked about has to be done to give that body a chance to do that investigation, evaluate our city, and make that recommendation in July. It's the only time they put they open the door for this until January, and I'd like to have it done. Well, I'm still on city council, actually.
Yes.
But yeah, this is, and there are, still, this doesn't impact development at all. It doesn't restrict development. What it does is it recognizes what we already have. And yes, there's development happening all over our city at this point. And so we just want to make sure that we're protecting what we still have. But yeah, so again, I really appreciate the expedited process here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any, Councilmember Givens, I think I see your
Yes,
hand.
thank you, Chair.
Yes.
And this is probably a question for Councilmember Driscoll, but the issue that was raised, can you tell us, was there an isolated incident that happened? How did we get here? Perhaps I missed that, but was there an improper recreational hunting incident that occurred?
I wouldn't call it improper by legal terms. But yeah, there were some conversations among residents who have concerns about recreational hunting in close proximity to residential areas, parks, dog parks, walking trails. That was how the conversation started. But then it made me ask the larger picture of, of protection and protection of our wildlife. You see that there are things that are happening in other parts of our county regarding birds and nesting that needs to be protected, that sort of thing. And so I wanted to find out what's an easy, good way for us to start really doing our part. And that's how the bird sanctuary came up. Traditionally, there has been regular incidents of hunting in our city. And this would actually provide clear guidance on where that can and can't happen within St. Petersburg.
Thank you,
I hope that
Councilmember
answers,
Driscoll.
I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Is that it? Any other questions from council members about the bird sanctuary item? So I just have, I think, one question, kind of ties into the theme of what we've already been talking about today with trees and all of that. So my question is specific to habitat protection. Does anything here, and I'm very supportive of this, does it help to strengthen anything around tree removal and habitat protection? The reason that I asked that question, again, and I hate to keep talking about my trees, but the trees that we had to have removed after the fact was part of my little pine forest in the front yard. And for generations in my neighborhood, golden-crested night herons have used those trees as their, nesting. And for some reason, as they've been cut down throughout the neighborhood over the years, my home was, certainly the area they like to come to because I had so many of them. We have been able to keep some, so I'm very happy to report they returned again this spring and they are nesting again in my front yard. But loss of tree canopy affects habitation and being able to nest. And so I wanted to know if this helps us in any way when people do file for those tree permits for removal. Would there be any consideration as to whether or not those are approved if they can be proven to be habitat with this designation?
I would say generally I don't think that was the purpose of this section of Florida Administrative Code.
Okay.
But it does prevent the code language would be shoot, trap, kill, or any manner injure, disturb, or displace any bird of any kind of their eggs or young. That's generally meaning so people going to like a roosting spot and harvesting eggs and things like that. I don't think it would be for just protection of individual trees. And there's also the component of it has to be within 500 feet of a sign. And anticipated signage would probably be placed where birds are tending to congregate. So Bird Island, some of the mangrove forest areas, some of our wildlife preserve parks and passive parks. That's generally where the signage would be placed and be enforceable, even though
not in front of my house with my.
I doubt there would be a
golden-crested night herons. Okay, got it. Got it. Yeah, because I'm just thinking, I mean, it's important for, if we're going to say that we are a bird sanctuary, habitation is part of that. So I was just curious if there were any ties we could work through there. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. One of the reasons I love that these are both on the same agenda is because they do go quite well together. The more trees that we have, the more habitat opportunities we have for the birds, which strengthens our status as a bird sanctuary city if we should go down that route.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you for bringing this forward. I'm very supportive. The small town I grew up in Indiana, there was a neighboring town that had a bird sanctuary. And even when I go back today, I still go and I walk through that area. It's beautiful, and it really just reminds you of all of the benefits of protecting our nature. So thank you for bringing this forward. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to move to have this resolution sent to full council.
The ordinance?
I'm sorry, the ordinance.
This might be the easiest ordinance you've ever passed, right?
Different,
Yeah.
yes.
All right.
Yes, I'll move approval I'll move to have the ordinance move forward to full city council.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Okay, very good. Passes, and we'll take it upstairs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Final
Just-
words?
Yes, just quickly, at this, there's a point at which we send the request to FWC. Tell us what this timeline is going to look like, because we know we're against the clock.
I think that as long as we're in 45 days before the hearing, I believe that's sufficient. We'll try to shoot for 60 days, so we'll get this ordinance going on the soonest available agenda, and then as soon as it's complete, we can transmit the package.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, fantastic. Council members, anything else? No? All right, seeing nothing, we're ending a little bit early, so very good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Which is a great premier service that'll connect with our Sunrunner and give folks across St. Pete, but certainly Eckerd College students, a fast connection to North St. Pete and downtown.
3, 2, 1, fire!
The route is really important because it's one of the busiest streets within St. Petersburg, plenty of capacity for a bus service, and it'll move people along really efficiently. One unique thing about the Spark compared to a regular bus service is that the stops are a little bit more spaced out. You don't spend as much time starting and stopping. And with the service coming every 15 minutes, you also don't really need to even look at the schedule. You just go to the stop.
It's a perfect case for transit-oriented development. You know, you want your jobs, your transportation, and your housing to all connect. And you're seeing that happen on 34th Street South in the Skyway Marina District.
There are a lot of new residential units coming on in the district and a lot of new retail opportunities coming along in the district. So it's really a symbiotic relationship where this bus service will help that development and it'll spark more development, pun intended.
This is the next step, and as folks continue to see the benefits of having modern, dependable, premium transportation, other areas are going to ask for it.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you got to go and say, oh, you got to get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay. So they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Weight on my shoulders, pull it in. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. When the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Do you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, we're gonna start moving towards that separating line. I'm wading through muddy water. You know I got a made up mind, and I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. And I know what's around the bend might be hard to face, 'cause I'm alone, and I just might fail, but Lord knows I'll try. Should stars fill up the sky, stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Do you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you.
Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Kenneth T. Welch.
Good morning, St. Pete. How are y'all doing? It is a little cool, but I just imagine it was cold when Harriet was leading folks to freedom, right? There have been tougher days in our nation, but I'm so excited that we're here today. I'm honored to stand before you as we gather to raise the flag once again for the Dr. Carter G. Woodson Memorial in the celebration of Black History Month in St. Pete. Y'all give that a hand. Now, we do have someone who's going to stand in for Terry Scott, and thank you for joining us at the last minute. Terry, y'all know, would want to be here, so definitely she's in our prayers for her quick recovery, but Terry, we're sending you a shout out. I want to thank let's give Terry some love, please. Your presence here today is a testament to the shared commitment that we all have to acknowledging, celebrating, and advancing the legacy of African American history in St. Petersburg. I want to thank our esteemed city council members and Chair Hanowitz for again joining us for this significant moment. We will soon hear, we changed the order a little bit, but I want to send a shout out to our first Poet Laureate, Gloria Munoz, who moved away from the city, but thank her for doing a great job for us as the first in my administration. And we are going to be welcoming just in a few minutes our next Poet Laureate, Denzel Johnson Green. Denzel. As we prepare to host the Carter G. Woodson flag, it's important that we pause to reflect on the strides we've made as a community and as a city. Black history is critical to St. Pete's history. And in this city, we still value the truth, facts, and the accurate information that help us to lead equitable change in our city. The facts still matter. One way we're prioritizing this is by remaining steadfast in our mission to honor the promises made to the residents of the historic gas plant community. And so while plans may have shifted, our objectives are still the same: to restore what was lost, to uplift what was overlooked, and to ensure that progress includes everyone. Greater progress lies in our unity. We must be united in our commitment to justice, united in our pursuit of opportunity, and united in our belief that every voice, every neighborhood, and every family deserves to thrive. When we move forward together, rooted in truth, guided by history, and driven by purpose, we build a St. Pete that honors its past while boldly shaping our future. And I'm confident that together, as the resilient and united community of St. Pete, we will overcome obstacles and mistruths, and we will triumph based on the facts, the data, and our true history. That is what I'm going to stand on, and that is what our city stands on. After all, we are St. Pete. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Mayor Welch. And hot off the press, I would like to introduce our city's newly appointed first Black Poet Laureate, Mr. Denzel Johnson Green. This event is his first official city appearance, so let's welcome him.
Hello. Oh my God. Thank you for coming out here. It's really cold out, and I see people just shivering out there, just staying warm, like penguins out there. So I really appreciate you coming out. I'm still a geeky kid from high school. I'm still, that nerdy guy that laughs a little too loud. And so I'm happy to do this. This is so cool. And I'm happy to be here. And look at all your faces. Y'all so happy. And y'all believe in something. Y'all believe in unity in blackness, in poetry, in art. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. But you're here for something, and you believe in that. And I thank you for believing in something at all. This would be a little zany. It's bright on the plain. Clouds white as the KFC dudes shoot, luminous like we're flying straight to heaven to see the pearly gates, not a premonition, I pray. There was that Alaska Airlines flight where the exit row doors got torn off during the flight, which was actually really scary because I used to use that airline as a kid and I always needed exit row seating. They say anyone sitting there would have been sucked out the plane. And what a terrifying thought after watching Soul Plane and seeing what happened to Kevin Hart's Doberman. There's snow in Chicago. My family picks me up from the airport. It's dark, icy wind chats up my beard. Something Chicago isn't used to from me. Things have changed. I've come back to Nursery Waters for my grandmother's funeral, and my sister drives up and I open the car door. The water is warm inside and shallow. Light dances on the surface, but not how it used to if light ever danced or played for me here. My mom's in the passenger seat talking on the phone, hands it to me with a business card, asking me to take a picture of the paper. Nothing stopping her from doing it. I almost asked why she can't do it. She's still young, military captain in there somewhere. Handing me her phone, her pictures are open, and it's grandma's face is the last thing that's open. Great. Fast forward. Hands wrestle hands, trying to remember every relative's name. Late night studying didn't work. The test commands the sweat. All the things old folks told me growing up rushes to mind like a snowball to the face. I dumbly find myself parroting, is that, oh, that's so-and-so. Who's your mom? Who's your grandma? Children, grandchildren, great-great-grands, great-grands take up the migratory paths. The ancestors clear their throats, sit up straight to watch us pour in by the hundreds. Springfield Baptist Church is swell this January morning. Clans sit with clans. Prove who you are with a handshake. I fumble on one or two. Asphalt palms, gems on rings, on pinkies, earthquake voices, young men now old, smile like gunmetal, hard metal flowers. Plants grow bark now. Old folks get older now. Ivory grins and crow's feet. Now vanilla grins and stork's feet. They sway gently now, ushering in the new blood. Elephants rumble in the savannah. We are the mega herd gathered to mourn, chew the grass. Hey, somebody mind the dang babies. Old heads rumble, wave their ears. They fan themselves and hug other clans, steel poles for touch. Meeting gently and embrace with a surprising grace. Black is the skin, black is the cloth, black is everything, and the mood is loud, trumpeting, sloshing of tails, pachyderm familiarity. The time for crying is not yet. The cold night is not yet. Now is the greeting time. The sun is here, and the savannah is so freaking warm. And today we remember why elephants never forget. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Denzel, for sharing your powerful words with us today. Your poem honored the depth, resilience, and brilliance of Black history. We're grateful for your voice, your artistry, and the truth you carry through your work. We look forward to hearing from you again on February 18th at Mayor's State of the City. To continue the first for the city, I am pleased to introduce Chair Hanowitz, who represents District 4. She's the first ever Hispanic to be elected to City Council. Let's welcome her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Wow, that's a hard act to follow. Let me tell you, we were in City Hall doing City Council business, And it is wonderful to come out here to hear beautiful music, beautiful poetry, and beautiful culture, because that's what we're here to do today. So thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I hope you're staying warm. I know we're trying to. So on behalf of City Council, thank you for joining us as we raise the Dr. Carter G. Woodson flag in recognition of Black History Month. And as we reaffirm our responsibility that extends far beyond February. The Woodson flag is more than a symbol. It is a reminder to reflect, to learn, and to ensure that the decisions we make for our city to honor the history and contributions of those that came before us. Black history is not just a part of St. Petersburg's history, it's woven in its very fabric. The struggles, the sacrifices, and achievements of Black leaders and communities have shaped this city and this country. Recognizing that history means more than celebration, it means understanding how our past informs the present and how it must guide the future we are building together. Thank you to everyone at the Woodson African American Museum for your steadfast leadership and for championing the importance of preserving, teaching, and elevating our histories in meaningful and profound ways. As a daughter of Cuban exiles, I know how deeply our histories shape who we are. Honoring where we came from matters because the world we live in today was built by those who came before us, by communities that persisted even when the path forward seemed impossible. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, often called the father of Black history and the founder of what we now recognize as Black History Month, challenged our nation to fully acknowledge the historic contributions of Black people. That challenge remains with us today. The lessons of Black history, of courage, resilience, and community strengthen us when we take them seriously and allow them to inform our work. So today, as we raise our flag, we recognize ourselves to listening, learning, and building a city that honors every contribution and every story. And I am proud to serve a city that continues to do this work together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Hanowitz. We will now hear from a representative of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida, Ms. Vanessa Sweat.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Vanessa Sweat, the office manager of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Mayor Welch, Chair Hanowitz, members of council, distinguished elected officials, community leaders, honored guests, thank you for joining us this morning as we gather to honor the life, legacy, and enduring vision of Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black history. Dr. Woodson devoted his life to ensuring that the stories, scholarship, and contributions of African Americans would be preserved, presented, interpreted, celebrated, and taught, not as footnotes, but as the foundational truths of this nation's history. As our country looks ahead to commemorating 250 years of independence, many still struggle to tell the full truth. The reality is that this nation's success was built not only on ideals of freedom, but on the hard work, brilliance, resilience, and extraordinary ingenuity of African people who were enslaved and brought to this land to fortify its wealth and prosperity. Those who are learned know this truth. Others may resist it, but history does not bend to comfort. It calls us to courage. In 2016, when the then chair of the Woodson Board, now executive director Terry Lipsey Scott, appealed to the mayor of the city of St. Petersburg to raise the flag honoring Dr. Carter G. Woodson, she did so with clarity and conviction. She knew it was time for our city to take a lead, to become a truth teller and a beacon for integrity and inclusion. This flag was not simply a symbol, it was a statement that Black history matters and that the untold stories deserve to be seen, heard, and honored. Though Ms. Scott is not with us this morning, She asked me to remind us of this. African American history will not be ignored at this nation as they mark its quincentennial. We will honor the lives and the legacies of those who made this nation great. We will not allow their stories to go untold. In that spirit, the Woodson, in collaboration with the Smithsonian and Florida Humanities Council, will open a major exhibit in July, one that centers African American experiences and highlights the countless roles Black Americans have played across centuries of American history. As the Woodson African American Museum of Florida continues to serve as a catalyst in the community and beyond for preserving Black history, we thank you for standing with us today. We thank you for honoring the resolute history of courage, resistance, resilience, and excellence. In closing, we would love for you all to take an active role in this day of celebration. So when I say Black history, you say American history. Black history. American history. When I say tell the truth,